Honourable members, we have a quorum. I now invite the Governor for Central can lead us with prayer.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life today. We thank you for all the people that we represent through all the hamlets throughout this country. Every household in this country, we pray for your blessings upon our people. We pray also for your blessing upon the leaders that are mandated to be their voice in this floor of Parliament. We thank you for your many blessings and for the many leaders that have passed through this house and the decisions that they have made for the betterment of this country and its people. And I pray today and seek your wisdom, your understanding and your knowledge upon all of the leaders who are present today in this chamber and those who are not able to attend today, to be able to lead our people in the ways that you intend for us to lead them in this country. I also ask you to forgive us for all the transgressions that we have made as leaders during our term of Parliament. Forgive us our sins, forgive the sins of people that we represent also. But we thank you for this great country, and we thank you for all the blessings that you have endowed on us in our country. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
May thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thy is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Honourable members, I have to inform the Parliament that the Speaker said in accordance with Section 110 of the Constitution, satisfied 17 Act made by the National Parliament. A last of this legislation will approve in today's minutes of proceedings. Clerks, any petition notices? Clerk.
The Prime Minister gives notice that he shall present a bill for an act to amend the Prime Minister and National Executive Council Act 2002 and for related purposes. The Prime Minister gives notice that he shall present a bill for an act to A. Implement Section 1495 of the Constitution to provide for the implementation of the decisions of the National Executive Council, and B. Implement Section 150 of the Constitution in providing the functions and responsibilities of the Secretary to the National Executive Council and for related purposes.
Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
The question is that the motion be is leave granted. Is that leave granted? Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent Order of the Day number 126, Government Business.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor, say aye. Those in against, say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Notice number 126, condolence motion, late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Julius Chan, CBE, KBE, GCMG, GCL, PC, MP. Motion to take note of statements, resumption of debate from 11 March.
Member for Rabaul.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to pay a tribute to the late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Julius Chan. Mr. Acting Speaker, province, the late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Julius Chan, CBE, KBE, GCMG, GCL, PC, MP, Member for New Ireland Province in the National Parliament of Papua New Guinea, was predestined for greater political leadership exploits, not only in Papua New Guinea, but internationally as well. While growing up, he would spend some time in Rabaul, living and doing business, whilst at the same time using the opportunity to get to know our East New Britain political leaders, then in the likes of late Stanis Toliman, late Martin Tobadek, late Oscar Tamur, Sir John Caputin, late Melchior Tomot, late Herman Tobaining Sr., and the different political groupings and organizations such as the Mataungan Association, the Warbeta Kivung, and other political groupings that were then becoming very vocal for independence in the midst of colonialism and tribalism. Late Sir Julius Chan attained political understanding with all the leaders of East New Britain province. Late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Julius Chan was exposed to the politics of human governance since he was born. The politics of human governance was in his blood. He could not live without it. His parliamentary political exploits began in earnest since he entered the House of Assembly in 1968. I was doing Form 2 then in Kervet High School. We have heard tributes on this floor of Parliament yesterday about the years he served in the House of Assembly since 1968, then in the National Parliament since self-government in 1973, and through to independence in 1975 and beyond until his passing last January. During his terms in parliamentary politics, late Sir Julius Chan exuded so much political passion for the political growth and democratic maturity of Papua New Guinea and its citizens. So much so that he kept watch for suitable human resources, for advice, more especially during his 2 times tenure as Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. Many of us could see that he wanted to achieve much for Papua New Guinea during the 2 times he was Prime Minister, and even when he was out of Parliament. He passionately loved Papua New Guinea and its citizens. He was a rare species, a very deep political thinker, full of political knowledge, political wisdom, and political understanding. He was the economic wizard of Papua New Guinea, who introduced our monetary currencies, Kina and Toya. He was truly a rare visionary leader, wanting to take Papua New Guinea to greater heights of social, economic, and political prosperity. That's the legacy he has left us. In 2002, never mind his not being in Parliament then, late Grand Chief Right Honorable Sir Julius Chan, in pursuit of his vision, grabbed the opportunity to endorse me for the Rabaul open seat in the national general elections. He did not stop at my declaration as the new member for Rabaul Open. He went further and made me leader of the People's Progress Party. Then, as a political warrior, as political warriors would do, he went further into discussing with then Prime Minister, late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, who the Deputy Prime Minister was going to be during the formation of government then. They put their heads together, these 2 powerful nation builders, and made the appointment of a Deputy Prime Minister to the Somare government then. Late Grand Chief Right Honorable Sir Julius Chan was a political mastermind. Papua New Guinea was his, and late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare's, to build pursuant to their noble vision of a strong nation. Their mission was to use whatever human resources they deemed fit to engage. An example is our current Prime Minister. To attain that noble vision, great visionary leaders like them, late Sir Mekere Morauta, late Sir Rabin Amalio, and many more with them, have gone never to return. We only have their legacies, which we try our best emulating. After my removal as PPP leader, late Grand Chief Right Honorable Sir Julius Chan continued to show to me in numerous occasions, numerous ways, whenever we would meet, his unwavering belief in good quality leadership for Papua New Guinea. He gave me the opportunity to be a leader of the people of Rabaul District. And it happened. He gave me the opportunity to be the Deputy Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. He gave me the opportunity to be the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Trade then. With God's help, late Grand Chief Right Honorable Sir Julius Chen gave the people of Rabaul District and his New Britain province as a whole to lead together with other leaders of Papua New Guinea, this great country of ours. Much more could be said in tribute to this political Herculean. But it is incumbent upon us all, members of Parliament, now and in the future, to take the baton of his legacy and with the fiercest of commitment and determination, run with it. I ask, who is there similarly committed and determined to do so? With a very heavy heart, and on behalf of my people of Rabaul District, the rest of our people in East New Britain province, and my family, and the party I lead, I convey to Lady Stella Chen, daughter Vanessa, sons Mark, Byron, and Toya, brother Michael Chen, and the rest of the Chen family, Minister for Civil Aviation, Minister for Treasury, the acting governor and his deputy of New Ireland Provincial Government, and the rest of the people of New Ireland Province. Our deepest sympathies and most sincere condolences for the inevitable passing of your late husband, dad, brother, relative, and leader. God, from his holy mind, gave late Grand Chief Right Honorable Sir Julius Chen to the womb of his mother for the purpose he has fulfilled. And only God himself, through his sovereign, uncreated being, took him away from us last January. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
A regional member for Morobe.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I rise at this moment in time to speak on this occasion on the matter of condolence messages to one of our Papua New Guinea's distinguished persons who God has called him to rest in his kingdom. I rise, Mr. Assistant Speaker, on behalf of the people of Morobe Province, constituted of just over 1 million people and classified as biggest province in terms of number of elected members in the Parliament. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I wasn't here yesterday because I felt physically sick. But good enough, I watched the speakers through the television, which was televised throughout the nation of Papua New Guinea on this item or this matter of condolence messages. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I had the benefit of hearing and listening to all of the speakers who spoke yesterday. I fully concur with the substance of their speech, messages they delivered yesterday. They did so very well. They covered so very well. And I hope the nation of Papua New Guinea, who saw and heard yesterday, also had the benefit of seeing and hearing And I'm satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that what needs to be said, Mr. Assistant Speaker, what needs to be said on this great man was said yesterday. Mr. Assistant Speaker, thank you for the leader of government business, which we got the leave of the Parliament to make sure that we continue to speak on this matter. I thank him. And thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for providing me the opportunity to speak today. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I rise and stand here also as a Mai of the New Island. In May last year, I went to a village called Condolence for a friendly visit. I did make friends with the Julius and the members of the New Island electorate, but I just went there because this country is mine, so out of interest, Mr. Assistant Speaker, I went to a visit Condolence village with a friend. And the distinguished man, Sir Julius told his Grand Chief at the Condolence village to bestow on me a title of a Mai, which I received with honor. And I felt so good when I received the title, and I speak as a Mai today in this floor of the Parliament. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Sir Julius is a very good friend of mine, very, very good friend of mine. And Sir Julius has also made, in fact, Sir Julius he said to me when his brother, George who operated his business Anta compound, he died, and he happens to be my friend, good friend. So on the occasion of his funeral service in Lae, Sir Julius came to Lae, and he's such a person that I respect him fully. I treat him as my Masarai. I don't want to go close to him and Masarai. Very important man, a special man. But he came close to me, and he told me that you're my hero. So I stand here also as a Mai, and I also stand here as Sir Julius hero, Mr. Speaker, Assistant Speaker. And I said, I don't deserve that hero. But he said, no, you're my hero. Like it or not, take it, he said. And so I take it as his hero. His hero because he said that Papua New Guinea government has signed an agreement which was converted into an act of parliament to bring the Australian federal policy into this country, breaching the constitutional section of the Constitution of Papua New Guinea, and nobody stood up. Nobody stood up to defend the Constitution of this country. If I was in Parliament, I would have joined you, but you did. And you proved it beyond reasonable doubt. You proved it in the Supreme Court that the Australian government and Papua New Guinea government have breached and seriously breached the constitutional provisions of the Constitution of this country. And for that reason, Sir Julius, the man I consider him as a Masalai, a very special man, he made me his hero. He said, you fought it. You fought the government of Papua New Guinea. You fought the government of Australia. You proved them beyond doubt that there was a serious breach of the Constitution. On that basis, I regard you as my hero. Mr. Speaker, Assistant Speaker, he said it, and I feel honored at that time. Coming from somebody whom I regard him as so special, very special in this country. God brought this man. God brought Somare, Sir Julius Ebi Olaware, Maori Kiki, and all the other leaders, Papuan leaders, Ruben Tareka, Seteyabo, all those people, Peter Luce, those people at the time when we were just so scared of the Europeans. We thought they were masters and they're too superior. We're not close to them. anything that they say is right. And anything what we say is must be wrong or half true. Mr. Speaker, Assistant Speaker. And they stood up. They stood up forcefully with determination to make sure that we acquire political independence of this country. They did. Nobody did it. They did. Of course, there are other leaders, but they're at the forefront of our country. And they stood to make sure that we gain our political independence and we enjoy freedom now with the Constitution of this country, which is supreme law, governing everything in this country. On top of that, we have a right to the freedom enshrined to us by the Constitution of this country or by the Declaration of the United Nations. We have it. And these are the leaders. And one few in the forefront includes Sir Julius Chan. And Sir Julius Chan was the one, Mr. Assistant Speaker, Somalia appointed him. Sir Julius Chan was sitting where the member for Bulolo is sitting. Before he passed away, he told me that I am the one. I represented Papua New Guinea in the United Nations in 1974. I was the one who did it and told the United Nations, nations of the world, that territory of Papua New Guinea was ready for political independence. I did it. Nobody else but I did it, he said. And just imagine, when we were worried we're going to get independent, there's some forces that we shouldn't get independent, some forces that we should, some sitting on the fence. But he, with determination, in the flow of the United Nations, told the United Nations, nations of the world, that we qualify, we're ready to gain independence. And eventually, the United Nations granted permission, and the Australian, under God Whitlam, gave us the political independence. This is a man that we should respect him high. In this country, in this generation and generation to come, we should remember him, that he did. Second thing that he did, I had my governor for NCDs had said yesterday, but it doesn't stop me from saying it, just in case you forget. He was the leader. He stood up for Melanesian countries. He stood up. And he had the request of his brother, Melanesian brother, Walter Lennie, fighting, not him, but Jimmy Stephen, the rebel, at that time, fought with Walter Lennie, a genuine contender for Prime Minister of the new country, new nation of Vanuatu. Mr. Assistant Speaker, if he was fighting, he led the team to fight with him. And he asked the government of Papua New Guinea at that time, said Julius Chan was the Prime Minister at that time. Chief Somalia and the opposition, they chickened out. But the man stood. He stood. He said, he's a Melanesian brother, and he needs our help, and we support him. And the troops were sent to Vanuatu, and they fought with Jimmy Stevens' team, and they put them off. At that time, our army was formidable, very formidable. Even the Australians and New Zealand discouraged it, but one Melanesian leader stood up for a Melanesian brother. He did. And we finished off Jimmy Stevens' line, and Walter Lennie was able to form the government, the first government of Vanuatu. And today, our defense force is almost like ordinary public servant. People criticize Sir Julius Chan for bringing set line into Bougainville. He brought set line into Bougainville simply because our army was not formidable at that time when we sent them to Vanuatu to fight with Jimmy Stevens. That is the reason why, Mr. Assistant Speaker, he brought in set line. And he thought that with the set line we'll finish it off. Because the government of Serabi Namaliu fight and break, fight and break, fight and break. They make him a rebel become too strong. That is why Sir Julius Chan had to bring in that line. And nobody should criticize him. Nobody should criticize him. We said the best he could do, he did it at this moment in time. He did it. And we should respect him, Assistant Speaker, for what he did. And it is the first war we have won. First war we have won with outside of this country. First war. And there is the potential. If we should increase or build our army to a formidable force, we can win any war in this Pacific. We can help bring down any rebels in any parts of the world if the request comes to us in the manner the water lineage has brought to our country at the time, says Julius Chan was the Prime Minister. So the man, he made a history for us. He was the man who spoke at the United Nations, and we get confident, the United Nations had confidence to give us the independence. He did, and he was the one, he won the first war in another soil. He won it for us, and we should respect him. He is the man. He's the man who did so many things, as other speakers said yesterday, and I fully concur with them. What needs to be said was said. We should respect him. Respect him. And with this, we must stand up. If there's anything that we need to do to defend this country, to defend the interests of this country, we must do, like he did. He's a man, I will describe him, and finding it difficult to describe him, and God, you bring him in. Go through and bring him in. Want them all leaders, ask them yarim long, regional member long, East New Britain, Mr. Tobani, he passed away. He was one of the strong Tolai leader at that time. Very forceful Tolai leader. They're fighting for the rights of the people of Tolai. And he also supported them. Long course, long all. They didn't succeed in Matangan Association cause, but they came together to form the government. They came together. The Bougainvilleans, the Matangan Association, and Simon Kaumi and his team at Oro, they're fighting. But Julius Chan, Chief Somare and the others, they want the unity of this country. Country must come together. They made sure we came together and we acquired our political independence in 1975. And so those leaders should be respected and fully respected at this point in time. Me I plan to talk, that's all me can talk to him, and me one leader, you may must respect him, long, when good for something and make him. Thank you, Larim Blue.
Honourable members, I have to inform the Parliament that grade 8 students and teachers from Coordination Primary School in the Northeast Central National Capital District, grade 12 students and teachers from Laloki Secondary School, Central Province, grade 6 students from Santianes Primary School in Geru State 6, National Capital District, and leaders from Wewak District, East Sepik Province, are all present in the public gallery. On behalf of the National Parliament, I extend to them a very warm welcome. Member for Karawaki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to actually add few sentiments, condolence sentiments in honor of late Julius. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Karaki and Shimbu, I rise today to acknowledge and honor the great founding fathers of our nation, who through their unwavering dedication, vision, and leadership paved way for the birth of Papua New Guinea as a free and sovereign nation. Our forefathers envisioned PNG to be a country of opportunity, peace, and prosperity for all. Mr. Speaker, our forefathers are true example of visionary leaders. Through their unwavering dedication, courage, and wisdom, worked tirelessly to secure the independence and sovereignty that we are now privileged to enjoy today. Their sacrifice, determination, and collective vision for a unified and free nation laid the foundation for Papua New Guinea we know and love today. Mr. Speaker, as I speak today, Papua New Guinea stands as a testament to the strength of leadership and governance in the face of immense diversity, with over 800 languages and countless cultures spread across the highland. Our nation has woven together a tapestry of identities and traditions, unified by the shared visions of a prosperous and peaceful country. I trust and value our forefathers' wisdom, commitment, and dedication for this nation. Lead us, what will be our footprint for our future generation? Just the same way we acknowledge and appreciate our forefathers, their leadership. Mr. Speaker, the leadership that has guided us through this journey from the time of our forefathers to the present has been instrumental in fostering a sense of unity in our diversity. Despite our differences in languages, culture, and customs, our forefathers have embraced the spirit of one nation, one people, one country. A powerful reminder that our strength lies in our collective will to build a unified, vibrant nation. Mr. Speaker, as you reflect our forefathers' contributions, we are reminded that the freedom and opportunities we have today are a result of their hard work and commitment to a better future for all. The legacy of our forefathers may continue to inspire us, guide our nation forward with the same sense of unity, pride, and purpose. As a national leader, let us stand together as one people to honor and appreciate the sacrifice of our forefathers who paved the way for our independence, and let us continue to build on the vision for a prosperous and united Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, the dreams of our forefathers to be unified, prosperous, and independent nation should continue to guide us as we honor their memory. As Papua New Guineans will celebrate this significant milestone in our nation's journey in some months' time, let us reflect on the vision and sacrifice those who have passed. May we honor their memory by continuing to work together as one people to build Papua New Guinea. To our founding fathers and leaders who have passed away, we salute you. Your wisdom, strength, and dedication to this nation will never be forgotten. I hereby acknowledge late Sir Michael Thomas Samurai, father of the nation, late Konumanok Akondo, late Sir John Guys, late Yambuko, late Sir Petroleum, late Sir John Capitan, late Matthias Tolman, late Paul Lapun, late Boimbo Sali, late Thomas Cavalli, late John Poi, late Morikiki, late Ebia Holowale, just to name the few. On behalf of the people of Kerawaki, I wish to express our deepest condolence on the passing of Sir Julius on the 30th of January 2025, a true statesman, one of the Papua New Guinean most significant leader. Sir Julius' contribution to our nation through his leadership, vision, and dedication to the development of Papua New Guinea have left an indelible mark on our history. His work in shaping the political and economic landscape of our country has had a lasting impact. And he will be remembered as a pioneer of our independence and progress. At this time of sorrow, we the people of Kerawaki stand with his family, friends, and all those who were touched by his leadership and kindness. We mourn his loss, but we also celebrate his legacy, which will continue to guide and inspire future generations. May Sir Julius rest in peace, and may his family find comfort in the outpouring of love and respect from the people of Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, I rise today not only to honor the founding fathers and national leaders of Papua New Guinea who passed away, but also to acknowledge and express our deepest respect to their families as well. While we celebrate the immense contribution these leaders have made in saving our nation, we recognize the sacrifice made by their families. These individuals supported their loved ones through time and great hardship. Dedication and service to our country, their losses is felt, and not only in the nation, also within the hearts of the families who stood by these guerrillas through their journeys. To the families of our founding fathers and national leaders, we offer our heartfelt gratitude. Your loved ones' legacy lives on through you, and their contribution continue to save the future of Papua New Guinea. We acknowledge the pain of your loss, and we stood with you, remembering the unwavering commitment to the nation. May you find strength and comfort in knowing that the work and sacrifice you have loved once have left an enduring impact on the nation. We will continue to honor them and uphold the values they instill in our country as we work towards our future that reflects the vision they set forth. To the families, we offer our deepest condolence, our appreciation, and our unwavering support. Mr. Speaker, in 1963, Condom Macondo addressed an audience at Canberra, Australia, with these famous words, as I quote, "In my village, I'm a chief among my people, but today, I stand in front of you like a child. And when I try to speak in your language, you laugh at my words. But tomorrow, my sons will come to you and he will talk to you in your language. And this time around, you will not laugh at him." Mr. Speaker, also when late Royal Chief Sir Samurai was questioned by the white men or colonizers, to build a nation, you need lawyers, doctors, teachers, accountants, engineers, and so forth. You don't have them. How will you build PNG? right after the independence. And he said, quoted, he looked at the ladies and said, these ladies, when we talk about accountants, engineers, and all the rest, it's in these ladies. Our mothers will give birth to lawyers, accountants, teachers, doctors, engineers, and so forth, soon to govern this country. Therefore, we are declared independence on the September 16, 1975. This quote from late Kono Magaundo and great chief Chemagal Samari are solely words of wisdom, but during that time and moment, it must have been considered as a joke. Likewise, in May 2019, when the current Prime Minister, Right Honorable James Marape was first elected as a Prime Minister in his Parliament, in his keynote address, his church stated, quote, and I quote, in future years to come, this country must be the richest black Christian nation. Mr. Speaker, the statement by Prime Minister James Marape may stand a joke today. But in the 50 years from now, our future leader may quote this for reflection, aspiration, and appreciation. As leader, we must think and dream big, challenge ourselves, and their challenges will guide us, our focus and our strategy to build a great nation. Mr. Speaker, every one of us in this House must leave a legacy for our people to be grateful of, and our future generation leaders to appreciate and continue to build, so our people can be proud of Papua New Guinea and call this land our home. And I press our leadership and governance in years to come. Let's learn from our forefathers. Mr. Speaker, today I am proud to be with the political party that delivered the independence, PANCU. With most of our great leaders and forefathers mentioned earlier, we are part of to deliver political independence. And it is in order and fitting for PANCU to lead the 50 years anniversary and strategy for the next 50 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The original member for Enga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I also rise to join the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and other esteemed members of Parliament on behalf of the people of Enga Province and the Enga Provincial Government and my family, to offer our deepest and most heartfelt condolences on the passing of a true statesman, a visionary leader, and a man who dedicated his life to service of Papua New Guinea, the late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Julius Chan. The nation mourns the loss of another of our founding fathers, a political titan whose life and influence has shaped the fabric of our country. We extend our deepest sympathies to Sir Julius' family and to the people of Namatanai and New Highland Province, who entrusted him with that representation for so many years. We acknowledge with gratitude the sacrifices the family has made, allowing Sir Julius to dedicate his life to the service of our nation. Sir Julius Chan was more than just a politician. He was an institution. His commitment to indigenous economic empowerment and local ownership of resource was unwavering. He understood the need for Papua New Guineans to control their own destinies and to benefit from the wealth of their land. His leadership in bringing about provincial government decentralization reforms in 1996 is one testament to his belief that this country must stay united. On the other occasion, when he stepped aside on the Sandline issue, we as a nation must realize that he made that decision as Prime Minister of this beautiful country. And as Prime Minister, he had to make a decision for the interest of Papua New Guinea. And so on the Sandline issue, we must realize that I think from the outset, I think he made the decision for the purpose of maintaining unity for Papua New Guinea. I recall with sincere appreciation Sir Julius' vital support to me and the Enga provincial government in 1996 during a period of significant instability in Enga province. His intervention and support as the then Prime Minister were instrumental in restoring order and establishing the foundation for the stable leadership that we enjoy in Enga province today, a stability that laid the foundation for growth and development in the last 28 years. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Sir Julius' leadership was not without challenges. As I said earlier, his decision to step aside after the Sandline crisis in 1997, a deeply personal and painful decision he made. While controversial as it was, demonstrated a profound respect for the institution of government, to upholding the principles of good governance and accountability, and the will of the people. It speaks volumes about his character and serves as a powerful reminder to us all that true leadership sometimes demands the most difficult choices about always prioritizing the nation's interest and integrity above personal ambition and gain. How then do we, the current generation of leaders, honor the legacy of Sir Julius Chan and Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Samari? We do so by embracing the values of his champion. We embrace the values he championed: integrity, accountability, and a deep respect for the institutions and laws that govern our nation. We must follow example and strive to build a stronger, more prosperous, and more united Papua New Guinea. Let his life and example inspire us to be better leaders, better citizens, and better stewards of this great nation. Let us rededicate ourselves to building a Papua New Guinea that reflects the vision and the dedication of Sir Julius and our great leaders that have gone before us. To Sir Jay's family and the people of Namatanai and New Highland, the people of Enga province offer our heartfelt appreciation for the lifetime service he dedicated to our people and our beautiful country. Thank you for sharing him with us. Your loss is our loss, and we stand with you in honoring his life and legacy. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Chair like correct him on blow. Watching chat long, speech long. Honorable member Blong. Kerouaki, some John, late John captive. Captive, John captive. Staff. So correct him this long. Thank you, Honorable Regional Member for Southern Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Me too, like Johnny Mall colleagues for me, na pass him condolence on behalf of the people of Southern Highlands. It is indeed with great sadness and grief on behalf of my people of Southern Highlands, which include the people of Nipo Kurubu, Mendi Munhiu, Imbongu, Kagurave, and Yelu Pangia, whose members of parliament are present here, that I stand to convey to the people of Papua New Guinea, the people of New Ireland, represented by the Honorable Ian Lynn Stecky, and Honorable Walter Snobel, the people of Namatanai, to our mother, Lady Stella Chen, and to the children, Vanessa, Brian, Mark, Toya, our deepest, sincere condolences on the passing of our late father, Sir Julius Chen, Governor of New Ireland Province. Mr. Assistant Speaker, at this time, it would not sound good if I don't acknowledge my leaders who have accompanied the late Sir Julius Chan in his capacity as leader of this country, and some of them still living in the Southern Highlands Province, particularly my father, Sir Yano Bello, who was then Minister for Works under the Prime Ministership of late Sir Julius Chen, who Sir Yano Bello, member for Kagua River then, joined him and his government as Minister for Works. Late Premier and Governor, and my father, the late Dick Monet, who was very close associate and PPP leader in the Southern Highlands Province. The late Anderson Aguirre, who also played close relationship with the late Sir Julius Chen. Former member for Nipo Kurubu, Robert Kobal, who still lives. PPP member, senior statesman from my province, one-time Deputy Prime Minister, Michael Nally, whom Sir Julius raised him, trained him as a member of parliament and to the rank of Deputy Prime Minister in this country. Also, amongst us, the member for Imbongu and our senior from Southern Highlands, the Honorable Pila Ninigi, Minister for Attorney General, ran into the election several times in the assistance of Sir Julius Chen, then leader of PPP. You have the Honorable Peter O'Neill, who also gained from the support of Sir Julius Chen, member for Yelwu Pangia, former Prime Minister who spoke yesterday and sitting here in chamber. And you also have other leaders from Southern Highlands at one time, had the 9 seats then, before the separation of Hela and Southern Highlands, had 9 seats. All majority of them were occupied by PPP through Sir Julius' close relationship with the province and the leadership on the ground. And you have current Prime Minister sitting here, a legacy of Sir Julius Chen, as the Prime Minister, Honorable James Marabe. So Sir Julius, as far as the province is concerned, played a significant role in establishing that closeness and friendship, and I do acknowledge in this chamber during this time. On the national scale, Mr. Acting Speaker, Sir Julius, like the late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Somare, are pioneer pillars of the constitution of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. And the institutions of government we have now, the court system, the legislature, and the public service system that provides the foundation of our country we live in. That's a great legacy of a great man with foresight, vision. Mr. Acting Speaker, Sir Julius is the father of the Kina and Toya, the PNG currency and the financial institutions of this country, and all the other important things the late Sir Julius contributed to the country, and I commend the speakers who have spoken on this. He is a great leader. On the national scale, what do we learn as a country from these great leaders? And I've picked several of them. Nation's interest prevails over other interests in the NEC decision-making process. When he was Prime Minister, he followed systems, processes that are there, so you come up with a final decision-making process at NEC, and it reflects nation's interest. Sir Julius is a living testimony of someone who followed the process and systems, established systems and processes. When he was Prime Minister, he ensured the CACC process functioned so that when NEC decided on issues of national interest, it was the final version of scrutinized process that enhance and give value to nation's interest. So leadership today, we must learn to follow the systems and process as Sir Julius has followed. Following the systems and process ensures nation's interest. And this is one of the challenges that we as leaders can learn from Sir Julius. When he was Prime Minister and Chairman of NEC, he believes in the system, processes, and institution of government such as the CACC process for thorough policy scrutiny before announcement at NEC or cabinet level. This strict compliance protects the nation's interest through scrutiny process, which is a very fundamental process of decision-making. As leaders like Sir Julius, we must follow the process, simple process that matters to safeguard nation's interest. Sir Julius was a believer of nation's unity in a diverse country. Our father, the late Sir Julius, believed in national unity in diversity as the most important pillar of his leadership. Unity of this country where there is diversity in districts, communities, villages, provinces, and sub-national governments, interest competes with increasing demands from our peoples. Real leaders stand to foster national unity. If Sir Julius, last man standing, passes on, the challenge to our leadership during our generation must command the respect from our people. This is a very important thing. I tend to realize that we are just verbally preaching national unity. Where is the values and cultures that enshrine the values of Papua New Guinea's unity? I believe there's been real quality of nation unity in St. Julius. Real leaders command the respect of the entire breadth and length of this country, and you stand for national unity over ethnic and parochial interests. Our people are there watching. It is not only by words, but real leaders value and demonstrate national unity through actions. St. Julius commanded national leadership. St. Julius believes in decentralization process of governance and people's empowerment. This is a fundamental process. Empower the people to let them set destiny. St. Julius believes in decentralization as a process of empowering the people to participate in government decision-making process to determine their future. Participatory democracy of empowering our people is fundamental. Unity through decentralization of government functions, such as the one he was pushing for, Malangang Declaration and Pursuit for Autonomy, that St. Julius stood for. Let me remind us at his passing, functions of government such as village court functions, land mediation, ward councillor functions, DPI extension services, and all other extension functions and services at the districts and sub-national governments should be decentralized completely out of Waigani to fully through block grant arrangements and Waigani only dealing with policy oversight functions. What's so difficult about this? Waigani should, over these 50 years, do only supervision, audit, inspections to effectively scrutinize and deliver these services without congestions, a lot of bottlenecks that we are currently faced with, thereby running around in vicious circles, all in the name of service delivery over the last 50 years. And 50 years, Mr. Acting Speaker, instead of 50 years celebrations and various other things that we are doing, why can't we have government leaders are here to set vision? In memory of St. Julius, why can't the government set 50-year or 100-year vision and give it to our people as that is the development chart we will follow? The Vision 2050, we are in midterm, I beg your pardon. We are in 2025 now, and I think our responsibility and fundamental duty of leaders is to set the vision. St. Julius set the vision to bring us this far. It is incumbent on us to set a 100-year vision and set the course of development path for this country. At the back of a review of the 2050 vision, cascading it into the medium term that is reflected in the budget in terms of the medium-term development plan, and set the course and give the country hope for a 100-year vision. And this is the way we should travel as Papua New Guinea. There would be a fitting 50-year anniversary had he lived, continued to live. Would be an ideal thing for a country to do. And having said that, Mr. Acting Speaker, I pass my condolence on behalf of my family and to the people from the people of Southern Highlands, whose members are represented here. He has left a legacy for us. I think we need to set the 100-year or 50-year vision, and setting the vision for development costs, setting the charter for our country is critically important, and that's the fundamental function of leadership. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
The Minister for Higher Education and Member for Ungabana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a profound honor for me, on behalf of my wife, my children, the people of Ungabana, the higher education sector, and of course the sports sector, to stand before this Parliament to pay tribute to one of Papua New Guinea's most distinguished statesmen, the late Sir Julius Chen. I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends, and the people of New Ireland Province who have lost a true champion of progress and unity. Sir Julius Chen was a towering figure in our nation's history, a leader of immense wisdom, unshakable determination, and a deep sense of service to his people. He was a statesman whose vision and leadership laid the foundation for a prosperous and progressive Papua New Guinea. His contributions to our country are immeasurable, and his legacy will stand the test of time. Deputy Speaker, Sir Julius was instrumental in shaping the political, economical, and educational landscapes of our nation. As Prime Minister, his leadership was marked by resilience and foresight, guiding Papua New Guinea through some of its most challenging times. He was a pragmatic leader who understood that true progress is built on the pillars of education, economic empowerment, and national unity. His administration saw the expansion of higher education through the establishment of universities such as the University of Goroka, Divine Word University, Pacific Adventist University, and the University of Natural Resources and Environment. This legacy of educational growth continues today with the establishment of 3 new universities, further advancing Papua New Guinea's intellectual and professional capacity. Sir Julius understood that investing in higher education was the surest way to secure a strong and prosperous future for our country. He firmly believed that education was the cornerstone of national progress, empowering individuals with knowledge, skills, and critical thinking abilities necessary to drive economic and social transformation. Through his visionary policies, he championed the development of institutions that not only provided academic excellence, but also cultivated leadership, innovation, and national pride among Papua New Guineans. His dedication to education ensured that generations would have the opportunity to thrive, contribute meaningfully to society, and elevate Papua New Guinea's standing on the global stage. Beyond his contributions to education, Sir J was an economic powerhouse architect. His vision for economic diversification and financial stability positioned Papua New Guinea as a key player in regional and global markets. His policies on fiscal responsibility and resource management strengthened the nation's economy, setting the stage for sustainable growth. He understood that economic independence was crucial to national sovereignty, and he worked tirelessly to implement policies that safeguarded the nation's resources while maximizing their benefits for future generations. A testament to his economic vision was his instrumental role in the establishment of Ramu Agro-Industrial Project, one of Papua New Guinea's largest agricultural initiatives. Under his leadership, the Ramu project became a cornerstone of the country's agro-industrial development, creating employment opportunities, boosting agricultural productivity, and fostering economic self-sufficiency. He believed that agriculture was the backbone of our economy and sought to ensure that its full potential was realized for the benefit of future generations. Mr. Speaker, Sir Julius Chen was also a leader of profound diplomacy and an unwavering commitment to peace. He understood that true leadership is not just about power, but about service, not just about authority, but about unity. His ability to navigate complex political landscapes with wisdom and patience set him apart as a statesman of rare caliber. I recall asking him one time here in the Parliament if he was considering retirement. He looked at me with this characteristic wit and determination and said, "Son, my life and blood function on politics. I will die the day I retire, so I will work until I die." That was the spirit of Sir Julius Chen, unyielding, relentless, and unwavering in his dedication and commitment to the people of Papua New Guinea. Sir Julius once said, "Leadership is not about winning or losing. It is about making decisions in the best interest of the people, even when those decisions are difficult." This philosophy was the cornerstone of his governance, guiding his every action with an unshakable commitment to national progress. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect on his remarkable life, we are reminded of the words of John C. Maxwell, one of the greatest leadership experts. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Sir Julius Chen embodied this principle through his life, leading with wisdom, integrity, and an unyielding belief in the potential of his people. His passing leaves a void in our hearts, but his legacy remains a guiding light for all of us. His contributions to Papua New Guinea were not just in the institutions he built or the policies he implemented, but in the lives he touched and the spirit of unity he fostered. We must carry forward his vision with renewed commitment, ensuring that the values he stood for, education, leadership, national unity, remain at the core of our nation's development. As we grieve this great loss, let us take solace in the words of the late Nelson Mandela. What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. Mr. Speaker, in this solemn moment, let us honor his memory by rededicating ourselves, committing ourselves to the ideals he championed. Let us work together to build a Papua New Guinea that is united, educated, and prosperous, a nation where every citizen has the opportunity to achieve their fullest potential. As we mourn his departure, we also celebrate a life well lived, a life dedicated to the service of Papua New Guinea. We take solace and comfort in the timeless words of the scripture, Psalms 34 verse 18, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Matthew 5 verse 4, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." Sir Julius Chen was more than a leader. He was an architect of progress, a guardian of democracy, and a beacon of hope for our people. With a heart devoted to service, he guided Papua New Guineans through defining moments in our history, standing firm in his commitment to national unity, economic empowerment, and the pursuit of a brighter future for all. Though we grieve, let us not despair. Instead, let us be strengthened by his legacy. Let us carry forward his vision with an unwavering resolve embracing the values of integrity, service, and nation building that he had so passionately. May his passing remind us that true leadership is measured not in years, but in the impact that it leaves on people's life and lives. May God's grace bring comfort to his family, the people of New Ireland, and the entire nation. Rest in peace, Sir Julius Chen. May your legacy never fade. Your spirit will guide us and guide this nation. Thank you.
The member for Alatau.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I too, on behalf of my people of Alota, would like to pay a tribute to the passing of late Honorable Sir Julius Chen. Deputy Governor and leaders of New Ireland, Lady Stella, families and people of New Ireland. On behalf of my people of Alota, the leaders, families, and supporters of People's Progress Party in the province, we want to pay our tribute in memory of a remarkable leader, the late Governor of New Ireland Province, an esteemed former and second Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, who is also the founding father of People's Progress Party. His passing marks the end of an era and leaves a profound void in our hearts and the very fabric of our nation, Papua New Guinea. As one of the great men of this nation, his legacy transcends generations, a visionary, a dedicated servant of the people. He championed the rights and development of our communities, tireless favor ensuring that the voices of the people of New Ireland and Papua New Guinea was always heard. His commitment to the nation is incomparable and distinct. In his legacy as the Prime Minister and Finance Minister, he set up the central bank. He took over from the Commonwealth Bank of Australia and set up the Papua New Guinea Banking Corporation. He took PNG to the world and, of course, introduced our legal tender today. In one of his famous quotes, when asked about his view of holding the office of the Prime Minister, he said, and I quote, "I accept the burden and the glory of the office I hold, as I can see that Parliament is preserved. Of all the lessons we can learn as leaders and the people of this great nation, one of the simplest lessons that Sir Julius teaches and has lived is the lesson and the importance of time. In one of his lightest moments I had with him, he said, "Ricky, in New Ireland, we try to be on time. Being on time for school, being on time for work, being on time for ceremonies are so critical. And this lesson, I hope, will transcend throughout this nation." He championed the rights of development of our communities with tireless efforts, ensuring that the voices of his people are heard. His commitment to education, healthcare, sustainable development is a testament on his belief in a brighter Papua New Guinea. He fostered a spirit of collaboration, uniting our diverse communities under the banner of progress, by inspiring countless individuals to dream bigger. He instilled a sense of hope and resilience that will resonate for years to come. His emphasis on unity and respect has left an inedible mark on our nation's effort for progress. As we reflect on his life and invaluable contributions Let us honor his memory of continuing vital work that he has begun in building a brighter future for New Ireland and the people of Papua New Guinea. His legacy also extended to Milne Bay province, where he also mentored some of our sons and daughters into politics under his leadership. May his spirit also guide us as we carry forward his vision of hope and the development, ensuring that the light he ignited in our hearts will continue to shine. Your legacy as a founding father, a steadfast governor, and a prime minister will forever illuminate the path of progress for our beloved nation, and we will be deeply missed by your friendship, wisdom, and guidance. In his biography, Playing the Game, he reminds us, the new generation leaders, is to play the game, but play to win. Play to win not for ourselves, but playing it to win for our people. On behalf of my people, I convey our deepest condolence to the people of New Ireland, the families. May the good Lord bless you all, and I believe that the spirit of our forefathers will continue to illuminate in our hearts as we continue to serve our people in this honorable house. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
The member for Kappa.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for giving me this opportunity on this profoundly sad and yet momentous occasion to speak. I humbly stand before you in this Parliament on this solemn occasion on behalf of my family and the people of Kappa, and also speaking here as the Chairman of Constitutional Law Reform Commission. Mr. Speaker, the late Assistant Speaker, the late Sir Julius lived truly a remarkable life of betting this country and lived with it until it reaches his 50 years of age. His name has become a household name, loved by all Papua New Guineans across the country, and many have lovingly referred to him as a father or father of the nation. Some of us have gone through schools and learned on social science about the founding fathers of our nation, and never thought in our wilderness dream to be working with one of them, myself as an example. Rubbing shoulders and serving our country together. Mr. Speaker, I consider myself a very privileged person, and I'm sure other leaders feel the same to be serving our country beside this remarkable leader. Whether he is serving on the government side or the House of the Opposition, all members of Parliament and ministers continue to look up to Sir Julius for his words of wisdom, accept his counsel with humility and respect. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the late Sir Julius is truly a man of principle who lived his life the fullest. He and his comrades had a vision to see that this country continues thrive politically and economically in order to achieve that the country must work towards unity. Even in his last days with us, he continued to echo the vision of his fallen comrades, and the country must be united, and that it must be a collective effort from the government down to the people. In one of our work trips to Kavian, we had the pleasure of visiting the office of late Sir Julius and discussed with him the work that we were doing on the review of the form and system of government. In his contribution to the discussion on the kind of country and system of government that he would like to see after 50 years of independence, he stated the following, and I quote, "PNG cannot continue on the down path it is going or we won't be together some years from now. We must do something. New Ireland province is going autonomous because we need to bring out the anchor to hold together the country. The anchor is autonomy. So we are going for autonomy. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Sir Julius, or Sir J, as he is fondly known, believe that this approach of the decentralized system will empower provinces to be able to reach their full potential, especially economically, and achieve the best for their people, yet maintaining national unity as part of Papua New Guinea. His views on decentralization and empowerment of provinces could not just be overlooked. His views carry deep wisdom that were tried and tested through decades of experiences in PNG politics. Mr. Assistant Speaker, CLRC was fortunate to capture Sir Julius' wisdom and carefully considered it in developing the final report, including recommendations in the review on the form and system of government. Mr. Assistant Speaker, before 1975, according to the Hansard report of the House of Assembly, the leaders were more concerned about uniting the country of 1,000 tribes. The founding fathers tailored our constitution with the focus on the unity of the country. When the founding fathers felt that the unity was questioned in 2 years after independence, in 1975, provincial government system was introduced. In his last days, before he left us, he kept on fighting to ensure that our country is united, and the vision of his founding brothers are kept alive through a united country. In his last days, he introduced a private members' bill, pushing his vision and vision of his fallen brothers. Mr. Assistant Speaker, it is clear that even in his final days, Sir J hardly lost sight and touch of original theme of his country, a dream envisioned and championed by himself and rest of the founding fathers and mothers of this beautiful country. A dream forever etched in the national goals and directive principles in our Constitution. The 5 national goals and directive principles talk about integral human development, equality and participation, national sovereignty and self-reliance, wise use of natural resources and the environment, and Papua New Guinea ways. Mr. Assistant Speaker, in the years leading up to independence in 1975, in the early post-independence period, these goals were central to the thoughts and debates of our nation's most visionary leaders, including Sir J himself. The NGDP were born from this collective intellectual effort and were used to rally the people to the cause of independence and sovereignty. Those foundational principles are aimed at promoting our origins, strength, self-determination, and striving for progress, and equitable opportunity and participation by all Papua New Guineans to reach their full potential, and above all, unity. As we approach the 50th anniversary of Papua New Guinea's independence in 2025, Sir J passing serves as a poignant reminder of the enduring dream he held for our country, a dream of unity, strength, and self-determination. His vision of a prosperous and peaceful Papua New Guinea, where all its people would thrive, remain as relevant today as ever. Mr. Speaker, through his passing, though his passing is a great loss, beg your pardon, his contributions will continue to inspire future generations. As we mourn his passing, let us also honor Sir J's legacy by holding fast to the dreams of our fathers as enshrined in the Constitution, particularly the national goals and directive principles. Sir Julius' passing is also a vivid reminder that the sun is setting on our founding fathers, but rising on the current crop of leaders and the current generation of Papua New Guineans to take our country forward to greater heights for the next 50 years. Sir Julius and his comrades have done what they could to bring this country thus far. The onus is now on us to keep this dream for our people alive. Mr. Assistant Speaker, on behalf of the commissioners of the CLRC, the secretary, management and staff, and my family, the people of Kappa District, we are eternally grateful to the immediate family and relatives of people of New Ireland, Sir Julius, and the dedication to our country which he helped to shape. I also, Mr. Speaker, to take this time to thank Sir Jay and his leadership. The former member for Kappa is still alive. He has served under him and under various different ministries. Thank you, Sir Jay. I also offer our deepest condolence to wife Lady Stella, the children Vanessa, Mark Toya, and Byron, the former member for Namatanai, the grandchildren, and the people of New Ireland. As we grieve with you, we share the loss as we honor this remarkable, great leader of ours. Thank you, and farewell, Sir Jay.
The Honourable Member for Kandip.
Thank you. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I stand to join my colleagues in saying a few words of a tribute to the passing of the late Sir Julius Chen. We, the people of Kandip, and with the Pompole family, send our heartfelt condolences and sympathies to Lady Stella, the children of the late Sir Jay, Byron Chen, Mark Chen, the other siblings. We are deeply saddened that they've lost their father, and our positive energy and prayer are with them. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I also would like to recognize in passing our sympathies to the leaders of the cultural belief systems in the New Ireland province, the leaders of Malagan belief system, the Kabai culture leaders, the Tubuan culture leaders, and the others, because I have visited their province and I personally interacted with them at several occasions, and we have a talk on various issues, and we send our deepest sympathies to these leaders. And to the people of New Ireland province and the public servants and the others that work there in support to the administration leadership of the late leader. I also do recognize the members of Parliament from the New Ireland province in the Minister for Treasury, Ian Stuckey, the Minister for Transport and Civil Aviation, and the other leaders from the province who have lost their leader and governor while serving as a leader in the country. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I'd like to also at this juncture give an apology because I know that Sir Julius' spirit is here. That day I believe that the body goes down to where it came from, but the spirit goes back to where it came from. But the spirit knows it, and I would like to apologize to him and the people of New Ireland that when they made me become one of the Mai-Mais, they asked me if I could approve a university that the provincial government endorsed and sent to the Ministry of Higher Education. And I'm happy my colleague member, the current ministers, talk about the contribution that the late governor and leader did in that sector. And I apologize because I couldn't get that approved quickly while I was in the process of consultation and didn't deliver that. For this, I apologize to the late Sir Jay and the people who supported the program. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I also do share the sentiments expressed by other members like the member for Karawagi, the member of Baul, when they express the recognition and honor to the pioneer leaders, the comrades who did rise up as leaders at the colonial period. And they stood tall to bring this country to independence. The most common figure that, Mr. Assistant Speaker, we think of is the Grand Chief Michael Thomas Sumare as the founding father of this nation. But if you look at the history, you'll also realize that the other people who really partnered in the decolonization program leading Papua New Guinea into independence, and the late Julius Chen was one of those people who played a profound role to doing that. And Mr. Speaker, I am one of those people who went to school in 1975, started my education career in that year, the same year that Papua New Guinea became independent. And there are many leaders, as expressed by my colleagues, who pioneered the leadership of political or the modern Papua New Guinea leadership to go forward, because they were traditional leaders on the ground. Leadership never started in 1975. The modern leadership, political leadership, Westminster type of leadership started then. And as a student, some names came out very strong. And I, like one of the speakers, the honorable leaders have said, those names became very strong in our social science and the class, the history and all those lessons that we were taught. And there are four leaders that came up very strongly. The two that came about very strongly, one was the late Julius Chen, the other was the late Michael Thomas Sumare, and the other is the late Te Abel. And there's another gentleman, Mother Stoliman. And I'm also honored to sit next to a son of one of the leaders that I also put my ear to, that was the senior airman to mining. Those are some of the leaders there. And if you look at these three, you realize that Te Abel led the faction of the Highlands team, supported by the plantation owners and so forth, did not want independence. Sumare with the United Nations supporting the decolonization at the United Nations or League of Nations level at that time, were pushing for Papua New Guinea to become independent. And the Grand Chief Michael Thomas Sumare then pushed for independence, but then there was a lack of number. Because the Highlands faction said, look, the interland is not developed yet. But then the Grand Chief Sumare said, look, we'll develop it, let's gain independence. And the number was not there to support the Grand Chief Michael Thomas' call. And that was the critical moment. And Mother Stoliman, I'm also glad that some of his descendants are working with us. The first legislative council is I think, grandchild of Sir Mother Stoliman. And he was the leader of the United Party who opposed independence also. But then he passed on in 1974, around there about. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened is then Sir Julius Chen had the New Guinea Highlands team with him. Although the East Britain team were with the Sir Mother Stoliman, the rest of the other New Guinea Highlands group and the Mamasa joined up with Sir Julius Chen to support Grand Chief Michael Thomas Sumare to decolonize Papua New Guinea in consistency to the policy given by the United Nations and to make Papua New Guinea become a self-determined country. And therefore, that's what happened when Sir Julius supported Sir Michael Thomas Sumare, gave him the numbers, and therefore Sir Michael then becomes the Prime Minister. At that time, he was Mr. Michael Thomas Sumare, and Mr. Sir Julius Chen supported him, and therefore Sumare becomes the first Prime Minister, and supported by Sir J. So we talk about founding fathers, you'll find the men, this man we're talking about is not just any leader, he is rare. I agree with the comment made by the member of Baul, Dr. Alan Marat, that we are talking about a rare piece of leadership, and I agree with that, by every aspect of it. Not just him, but those pioneers who really did bring independence to Papua New Guinea. They're very rare people. And I'm glad that I'm one of those amongst all of you that has lived to, in fact, talk with these leaders and interacted with them, and Sir Julius was one of them. And man, I tell you, you just talk to him and he says a few words, and there's the fountain of wisdom coming from him, and you learn as much. So at that 1975 school-age child, where I went to school in a school called Koroki, further inside the Kuli in Juwaka now, and I learned about these powerful leaders. And that was the first glimpse of this great man, this peculiar, very rare kind of a modern Papua New Guinea leader,
amongst a few in the late, the Grand Chief Julius Chen. And second time my interaction with him was in 1977, in 1997 rather, in 1997, when he came to Cardiff with the former member for Cardiff then, Jimson Chow. And they were opening the TDP High School, and I happened to be there. I don't know what I was doing. I was wandering in about. I probably contested in 1992 as a candidate for the congressional seat. And I was there when he came and spoke. And the man that I had heard about him when I was at school, now I'm working as a civil engineer and doing some roads and all that there, and he's speaking to us in my electorate, in my district, talking to us about things. And I was very, very curious to hear him, the kind of person he is. He can speak, when people talk, you can see them, you can hear them, what they say, and what is inside them comes out. And I tell you, since speaker, it was mesmerizing. He said things. At that time, as a young man who was very curious myself, and also a bit of a leadership and political aspirations in myself, I was so interested to listen to leaders like that, and I was listening to this great, rare, peculiar leader. And he said some things that touched me. And one of those things that he said was national integration. And I didn't understand those kind of things at that time. National integration, you have to come together as one people. And then the Kande peons who were sitting here, they were looking at things, and some of them were saying in English language, Ure. In English language, when they say Ure, what is he saying? What is he saying? And I did not understand fully some of those things. I said, he's talking about we mixing up with the coastal people. And then the Kande person tells me, where do the coastal people live? Or Solwaran Parangim. I'm speaking to them in a language saying they sleep in the Solwara, in the sea over there, and some over there. So and he goes on and said, Julian, as if he had what the people of Ghana were querying about. He talked of how the Highlanders and the coastal people, those who know the sea and those who don't know the sea, can integrate and come together as one people. And that's national integration that I saw him speak at that time, and now it's very relevant. And I see that. I see there is unity amongst us, there is success, and I really am happy that I was there listening to him. You were also talking about friendship with outside people. And I was thinking, who are those outside people? He's talking about how toward maybe we are the kind of people here, and he's talking about the people next door, like the Laigan people, or maybe the people over there on the South Islands people. But he's talking about foreigners. He said we have to have this friendship. So there must be a common policy that makes us friend with other people, integrate ourselves with the global community as much as we integrate amongst ourselves as indigenous people. And he talked about systematic progress too, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Systematic progress, I had other speakers speak. I think the governor of St. Islands talked about it, others spoke, and that's very true. See, the best thing that we do as speakers is to leave those principles in us. That's a real honor of those people that pass on from their leadership space. And systematic, and sometimes we felt once in what is systematic or systemic. It means there's step-to-step process of developing a nation over a time. Sometimes we want to do shortcut things, and we do not understand. We bring cultural shock to ourselves. Sometimes we lose the way, we deviate from the right course, etc. But there should be a strategic, a step-to-step layout plan so that we know that we're progressing accordingly. And some of those things I find the Mara Barroso government is doing in terms of the budget strategy, fiscal strategy. I see they lay out this plan, and they say by year 2027 we should come up to a balanced budget, etc. And the challenge there is to stick ourselves on it to make sure we deliver. And I heard this peculiar leader talk about things like progress, but you progress systematically, properly, making sure you are getting everybody with you in this progress of national development. Empowerment, and one of those things that I heard him speak, and I still believe those are very true today, and I think we have to think about it as a parliament, Mr. Assistant Speaker, is the ownership of resources. I recall I was a leader of the opposition on that side, and he was a member of my opposition. The late Grand Chief Mark Sumari was also a member of the opposition that I led at that time when the man for Yellow Pange was the Prime Minister, and I was driving this mining law that Grand Chief Julius Chen wanted this parliament to bring into being. But we couldn't pass that because we didn't have the number. But I hope that in the near future, we look at those. He talks about people owning benefit sharing agreements or some kind of things. And people like him to drive this kind of policies, Mr. Speaker, people like Sir Julius doing that, it is a blessing to us because he has seen, he has lived it, he has studied, lived longer. He has seasoned throughout the development of this country, but also he had highs and years as Prime Minister, as Minister, as one of the leaders. He has seen far and broad within the region as well as outside from the region. And he is now proposing that we should change our resource laws. And I think this parliament should take it seriously. And he's said that, and he's been saying it for a long time, Mr. Speaker. So let me come to a conclusion of my statement in tribute to this peculiar Israel leader, a modern Papua New Guinea leader. I think we should look at it this way, Mr. Speaker. When we see people pass on, we should not personalize too much as to feeling these attachments of yourself emotionally to that person. But what you should see is we should look at the values that person lived. What are those characters that that person lived? And we should make us live those characters. Sometimes I hear we pray and we pray those things, but Mr. Speaker, I look at some of our leaders that pass on, they've got some of those marvelous characteristics of love in them, of generosity, of wisdom, of economic management, of prudent leadership, of careful, caring leadership for this country. Those are lovely values of character. And like here in Sir Julius Chen, he has all of those. Of course, he has his downsides too. But that's human beings. But you see those good values there, characteristics that a Christian. You don't have to be a Christian to have the character of a Christian, Mr. Speaker. And we see our leaders who pass on. We should get those and live them in our lives. That, I believe, is the true honor of the person who passes on. Because the person will never come back in person. But those values are age-old values, and then they'll live forever in those of us who are living, and then we can pass it to the next generation so they can live the same values. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we, the Pompoli family, are happy and thankful to the late Grand Chief, Sir Julius Chen, for raising one of our sons to be a very strong professional person. He's working in the public service, but when he comes home, he talks all the time about Sir Julius, and sometimes he gets so obsessed. One time he told me, Daddy, we public servants go to work not even 1 second late. I said, what are you talking about 1 second late? How can you measure 1 second late to early? Daddy, this is true. What? And he gave an example. There was this officer. He came in about a fraction of a minute late. We were already there because we know Sir Jay like that, so he called us a meeting at that time, 10 o'clock. We were there at 10 o'clock. But this other public servant comes late, and then Sir Jay says, you are not allowed to sit on the table because you can late. You can wait there until I call you in. And I see my son now displaying some of those very strict professional attitude. And I told him, you're doing a good thing. You share it with your other colleagues in the public service. Be professional like Sir Jay. And I think, Mr. Speaker, Sir Jay is gone. But the value of professionalism, the value of prudent economic management, the value of national integration, the value of love and care for the people, the value of unity for a bright future for Papua New Guinea, those values are still with us today. Let's honor him and other great leaders like Sir Michael and the pioneers that we have mentioned. Let's honor them by living those values and transform this parliament and this country into that value that they once built this country upon. Thank you very much.
Minister for
Environment and Conservation.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart today to express, on behalf of the people of Lufa and my district, our deepest condolences on the passing of one of Papua New Guinea's greatest statesmen, the late Right Honorable Julius MP, Governor for New Island Province. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Sir Julius was more than just a leader. He was a visionary leader who dedicated his life to the service of this nation. From the early days of self-government to his tenure as Prime Minister, he stood as the forefront of our country's development, shaping policies and making decisions that continue to impact our nation today. He is the encyclopedia of PNG politics through the establishment of state institutions, governance, economic policies, social welfare, and empowerment of our people. Mr. Assistant Speaker, his wisdom, courage, and unwavering commitment to the people of Papua New Guinea will be remembered for generations. As a leader, he understood the struggles of our people, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that the future of PNG was one of progress, stability, and opportunity. Mr. Assistant Speaker, for the people of Lufa, like many others across the nation, his leadership was an inspiration. His work in economic reforms, decentralization, and governance set a foundation upon which we continue to build today. He was a true statesman who believed in empowering provinces, strengthening local governance, and ensuring that benefits of development reach the grassroots. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Sir Julius was a true patriot. His love for this country was evident in everything he did. He served with distinction, leaving behind a legacy of resilience, wisdom, and national unity. Today, as we mourn his passing, we also celebrate a life well lived, a leader well served, and a legacy that will never fade. Mr. Assistant Speaker, to Lady Stella Chen, his children, grandchildren, his political party, PPP, and the people of New Ireland, on behalf of the people of Lufa, I extend our prayers and deepest sympathies. The loss of Julius is not yours, it's a loss to Papua New Guinea, a nation that he helped shape and guide. Mr. Assistant Speaker, though Sir Julius is no longer with us, his memory will live on, not only in the history books, but in the hearts of every Papua New Guinean who believes in the power of leadership, service, and patriotism. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
The Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Assistant Speaker. Mr. Assistant Speaker, me too like behind all NAPLA leaders, he go before me. Making people talk sorry. He go Lady Stella Chen, all Pignini, Vanessa, Byron, Mark, Natoya, Wante Morgata, Pupu, long late Grand Chief Sir Julius Chen, all people from Namatanai, na Chief Lol Mai Mais, or Namatanai, member of Namatanai, na Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, Honorable Walter Snowbelt, Minister of Treasury, Honorable Yenlin Stuckey, a member of Kavieng, all the people belong New Ireland, people belong Greater Papua New Guinea. Now all followers, supporters belong People's Progress Party, lo country blo yumi. Lo Maki Mouse, lo people blo me long. Wanimo Green River electorate. Na Nama family. Ministry blo tourism, arts, na culture. Na all supporters blo Papua New Guinea Party. Na followers throughout the country. Me like some time long pay him tribute. Homage. I express him one time big pla bel sore. Blo me long Lady Stella Chen. Ogada Pignini, Vanessa, Byron, Mark, Natoya, na Ogada Pupu Blong. Led Right Honorable Grand Chief Sir Julius Chen. Dai blo papa blo yupla, man blo you, grandfather blo you, na leader blo you me, emi no blo yupla taso. Em blo mi blo geta na blo country blo you me. Sir Julius Chen, em last blo lol founding fathers blo country blo you me. Me call him em last man standing. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Nogat Wampla talk fishing. By enough lo me put him lo mark him this la pen. Family Karim. You may all people lo Papua New Guinea Karim na country Karim. Me pray lo peace na comfort. We Creator God the Almighty, and we must give him lo me all family, na country. Mr. Assistant Speaker, first time me boom this black great leader. Lo 1993, time me young army soldier, platoon commander blo 8 platoon Charlie Company, 1st Royal Pacific Islands Regiment. Me attach one time Alpha Company blo 2 API me serve long Buin South Bougainville. Time now Minister blo communications and me resistance commander blo me. Me broker in peace na me lo all Bougainville BRA commanders late Paul Bobby, one time Thomas Tari. We only BRA commanders long South Bougainville. Me broker in peace na me sing out long commander blo me lo island. They come go lo commander blo Papua New Guinea Defense Force. Lo ask him one blo government representative. Lo come na witnessing this la peace ceremony. Sir Julius Chen fly go lo Buka. Kiss him chopper. Na fly direct go lo Buin South Bougainville. Number one time. Me look him. Sir Julius Chen, time I me Deputy Prime Minister, long 1993, and in it long, Pius Winty also Prime Minister. Mr. Assistant Speaker, me plus successfully broker in peace lo South Bougainville. Na me play walking road long, Buini go down long. Turiboiru, na go kata lo Kangu Beach. Beyond no display, Mr. Assistant Speaker, me come up with some intelligence officer and operations commander of the entire operation of Bougainville, me go Lolo. 1994, 1st Battalion Royal Pacific Islands Regiment, and me deploy lo Bougainville. Vice Winty and Prime Minister, and I'm giving order, lo Mipla must capture him, Panguna mine, which we successfully did in July. Between July and August of 1994, na Mipla force land lo Panguna mine. In that year, Mipla losing one army officer, Major Keke Bogi, Antaplo Morane, just overlooking Panguna village. One time, Tupla Batman. That was the challenging moment for the entire country and the defense force to see a major in the army being shot by BRA. Little did we realize, Mr. Assistant Speaker, there was political maneuvering going on here in this floor of Parliament. When Pius Winty resigned the same day and got himself elected as the Prime Minister, and then it was challenged by Chris Aveta, only to see the late Right Honorable Julius Chen elevated to be the Prime Minister of the country that year. Prime Minister Pius Winty's instruction was for us to take on Panguna mine and pursue on the operations until we secure Bougainville. Sir Julius Chen came in, and as soon as he became Prime Minister, he pronounced truce on the island of Bougainville for peace. And we were ordered to withdraw from Panguna. We were ordered to withdraw from Panguna, and we had to thin out from Bougainville. That was also another defining moment in our nation's history. We had already secured Panguna. We were advancing towards Guava village, where Francis Ona and his BRAs were. And we were about to secure Guava village when Sir Julius Chen became Prime Minister and truce was called. So we withdrew from Panguna, and BRAs went back and captured and took over Panguna mine. Mr. Assistant Speaker, little did I realize that in 1997, Sir Julius Chen was going to add an executive decision to bring in mercenaries from South Africa, in collaboration, of course, with the commander of the Defense Force then, Major General Jerry Singrok, for us to go and retake Bougainville. But this time on a different capacity. And our mission was to wipe out the entire race on the island. I was then with the Special Forces of Papua New Guinea, training with my soldiers. The second time I had encounter with Sir Julius Chen, Mr. Assistant Speaker, was right here in this house, the House of Parliament, in the Prime Minister's office. This time, as a soldier fully armed, to tell Sir Julius Chen to step aside as the Prime Minister, because the mission to go and wipe out the entire race of Bougainville was not in the best interest of our country. We believed then that it was morally and ethically wrong for us to go and wipe out the entire race of Bougainville. It was the defining moment in our country. It was the defining moment in Bougainville. But Mr. Assistant Speaker, what touches me most is the decision this gentleman, this fine leader of this country, made. When the country was at the crossroads, when the country was in chaos, when there was a call for him to step aside, he did step aside, and I salute him for that decision. That is what the leaders should do. When we come to the crossroads, when they are defining moments, in a situation like that, we must put country first. Sir Julius Chen had the greater interest of Papua New Guinea, and he put country first to bring back normalcy in our country. And I respect him and salute him for that decision. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Sir Julius Chen will also be long remembered when he was the Prime Minister in 1980, along with the stalwart leaders like late Sir Yambaki Okuk, made a very important decision in our nation's history, just 5 years after independence, to deploy for the first time in our nation's history, Defense Force, the Kumul Force, to Vanuatu, to bring down Jimmy Stevens in a war called the Coconut War. That was the first time in the history of our country. And he will forever be remembered for that decision. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Sir Julius Chen was a towering figure of authority who commanded respect and admiration from those of us in the military and the people of our country. From attention to detail, like the timing, his perfect timing was like it's a military timing. You can never be late for Sir Julius Chen's appointment, and he can never be late for your appointment. He was always on time. Sir Julius Chen embodied the challenges of independence like no other leaders of his time. From building the foundation of our new economy soon after independence to quelling the secessionist movements in New Ireland with his New Ireland brothers, from New Ireland province and the New Britain provinces, and the challenges of Bougainville crisis. Sir Julius Chen kept the country together as country of many nations. Him and his brother, late Grand Chief Sir Michael Tomasumari, will forever be remembered. Sir Julius Chen fought so hard for many other issues as well, including the resources of our country. He believed the promises of independence and held himself to high moral standards in his judgments, ensuring that Papua New Guinea would always endure difficult challenges and thrive as a modern democracy. In his later years, he became passionate about the rights of Papua New Guineans, especially in the resource sector. The resources on the land and under the land and in the sea. He fought so relentlessly for this case too. His private member's bill to realize the passion still remains in the National Parliament today. And it is still on the notice paper. He departed without finishing this fight. It is my challenge, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that this government, for his legacy, take on this fight and bring on this bill and have this bill made law on the floor of this parliament for his legacy. And his legacy was that we must not be bystanders in our resource. We must not be just paper landowners, but true landowners. Sir Julius Chen is the only elected leader from independence to have lived through the 50th year of Papua New Guinea's birth, which him and late Grand Chief Sir Michael Tomasumari gave birth to in 1975. His distinguished legacies and impact on Papua New Guinea's growth and development are legendary. His place in history of Papua New Guinea and that of his brother, late Grand Chief Sir Michael Tomasumari, with dear friends, is uniquely theirs alone and will remain in infinity. Mr. Assistant Speaker, to even know that he willed to be laid to rest without burdening the people of Papua New Guinea is indeed humbling and a testament to his true self and love for our country. We are grateful that you have given him this honor. We are grateful to the Prime Minister, the Honorable James Marape, to have given him this honor to emulate the character and do better for Papua New Guinea by honoring his will. And I managed to go ahead to Namatanai and go up to where his house was with Minister for Defense, Minister for Works, Minister for International Trade and Investment. We had a time to meet Lady Stella Chen and chat with her. And it's amazing the memory of the lady as well. And we have to commend also Lady Stella Chen for being that strong woman for the late Right Honorable Sir Julius Chen. It was a moment that we will never forget. For spending that few hours with Lady Stella Chen in their house. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Sir Julius Chen will forever be remembered as last man standing in our nation's history. He is the last of the founding fathers of our country, the founding fathers since the birth of our country on the 16th of September, 1975. We thank you, Lady Chen, Vanessa, Byron, Mark, Toya, and grandchildren, and the extended families, and the people of New Ireland, Namatanai, Kavieng, and for the People's Progress Party followers throughout the country and the nation. For these great men, ye will forever be remembered. May his soul now rest in eternal peace with the Lord. Thank you.
We have a point of order, or Prime Minister, what is your point of order?
I want to appreciate all condolence motions that have been expressed thus far. And I also want to raise this point of order in the context of Minister Nama in his reference. I am absolutely certain in my readings in all our cabinet decisions our past governments have passed. There was no decision to wipe out the entire race in Bougainville. It was a decision that was meant to eliminate the rebels and not the entire race in Bougainville. So I just want this to be on handset so that the leader's reputation is preserved in this context. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question order. Minister for Telecommunication.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Thank you for giving me this time too long. Halivim all brother or members inside of this house. Long salim talk sorry blomipla. Long this big leader man. And me lusim mi pinis. Me like talk to solo sem. Sir Julius, the late Sir Julius, Right Honorable, and one beacon inside the politics, long you mean inside the country. And be one star, and be shine, where all get a young leaders of this country, all this you stop now this might come behind. I can look this star now behind him. As member for South Bougainville, I mark him regional member Blomi, President Blomi long ABG, na ABG Parliament. Long sanap, na give him this talk sorry. Long this time, where you may him talk sorry bring you me. Me like talk on sem. People are not losing thing. Through yet, some of decisions and more little money making, they're very hard and very tough decisions. They happen at a time when a decision has to be made. Now, people accept him. Accept him, this decision. And also, Mausman, a headman of country, or this time he been making. Long, kisimol mercenaries come inside on Bougainville. Mipla accept him, na mipla talk, am I right? Desla, mipla kisim. Longanem, as a leader, he had to do something. But God, he got greater resolution long all this kind of thing. Also, I mean, been work out also. Now, me like talk to also. Me plan na blue thing long em also bom leader blom me plan Papua New Guinea. Inside the country belong you me. Me plan na blue thing because I'm making plan is something too on top of this plan. Long helping Bougainville long progress. Bougainville even go through the big plan heavy. Long 10 years, na behind the rebuilding stages, na I come in a long time, me plan stop long and today. As a Prime Minister, he made some very strong decisions for the Bougainville's rehabilitation, restoration of services, and return of government services on Bougainville as well. And I want to say that as a leader, long this time na pillar, long nation building, Sir Julius, we been one architect, long put him with this house, and we support him late Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Sumare, long only walk boom one time, long shape him this country. Now they shape him this country long way, only been like him, only been look the future. But as time goes by, come through, now come up long time long me today. You may only just take over long this mark now. You must look long how you may by running this country go more yet. Now me must talk thank you long Prime Minister long me long today. Now Prime Minister go finish. Long help him long bring him country. He coming up long today. He loved this country. He really did. Because I'm calling party belong People's Progressive Party. Progressive meaning we must progress go. Now me fortunate don't come up on the member of this party. Time we been winning election. Long 2016 by election of South Bougainville. Now me come inside of Parliament. Also member of PPP. And we saw him this lab long time we calling one picking in long Toya. Bianu just money. Where we been marking currency belong me long come up Kina na Toya. And more this plan, plenty more something, and we come up with plenty leadership, talk long and finish. Most of these things will be history. They're history for us, and I hope that this history is kept for our younger generations to come. Now, me like him through by me must got good plahap long library belong you me, long honoring more leaders belong you me, because all leaders me go now. We need to put a special place in the library so that our young children of today, I know most of them, they do not know about the history of our country. And we are the leaders here making these decisions. We need to have that library, a special place, we put in history belong on this leader man, so that they can, and of course, put him on curriculum belong schools. If we can't go to the library, put it in the school book, in the curriculum. Put him long hap na by or beginning long you can school him more. Na sabi long sa more leaders long you long behind time by come. Or even go past long you me. Me too meeting thing also long show him respect long you long You may got 50 kina money long you me. First Prime Minister long you stop. Why not? 100 kina. And we got face long this man. When we papa blokina na Toya, you can put him long up as a memory for his legacy. No one him something come up with this country. So me, kiss him this time.
Lo maki more people blomi lo South Bougainville. So him big plus sore blomi. And one man mi paini mem long sometime itu plus story. Long man and we got plenty wisdom through. Plenty wisdom. Plenty sabe. Na mi man tu tami bin resign long PPP na move. And come scanning me na mi talk. You have made your decision. Me wishing you good luck the future blow you. No Lady Stella, all Pikinini, Vanessa, Byron, Mark, Natoya, long all people belong Horis, all people belong Namatanai, all people belong New Island Province, government belong New Island, Deputy Governor, one time Assembly blow you, member belong KVN Open, Minister Treasurer blow you Milong Country, Honorable Yanding Stakina, member belong Namatanai, Minister belong Civil Aviation and Transport, Honorable Walter Schnobelt. Me too, me maki more people belong me, family belong me, long giving big pla. Talk sorry belong me pla long passing, long the late Honorable, Right Honorable Sir Julius Chen. Go belong him. And again blow you me. Out of him, all of the good and fine leaders will stand up. Now you me look him, this man or someone pizza. You can look him now behind him, walk about on him. Thank you for giving us a Julius. May God bless every one of us. Thank you.
The Minister for Mining.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. On behalf of Jiwaka, especially Jimmy, where Tupla se Thomas Cavalli, Tupla walk one time, Nalo North Wagi, Nalo South Wagi, where former late Roger Palmer, where strongmen belong People's Party, PPP Party, me kisim display time, also Maki Mouse Blood Jimmy, Northwagi, Jiwaka, Mipla Salim, Bikla Toksori, Eagle all family straight belong, Sir Julius, na all provincial PC, Deputy Governor, na now acting Governor, one time Tim Bloyu, now people, councillors below New Island, national leaders, you represent him, New Island, Mibla on behalf of Chiwaka, Mibla Salim, Toksore Blo Mibla, Long Yupla. Good plus something only, and me make him Yupla, all leaders, he talk finish, me not have repeat. Me like to acknowledge him, all former prime ministers, only go finish, some bla stop, na some bla also prime minister Blo Yumi, where him display shoe, you know, easy. Good times, bad times, when see a rough, only manage him through. Mipla acknowledge him, Yubla. God by continue long. Bless him leadership, Yubla. Now Mipla you can walk bong one time, you can bring him this country forward. Next 50 years, me like talk also, maybe one blood tumuna belong in, he can replace him, Sir Julius. Now he can carry him. Next 50 years ago. You me all get a tumuna blomi am great warrior. Na me non fight these days, so me great Jimmy politician. Na tumuna blomi must make him all same. So that all can look him like Mark Bloyumi, all can bring him country forward. Want them display, me like talk thank you, God by continue law, bless him, leaders you me carry him every blow. Country, you know, easy, but God, he give him you me and by guide him. One plus song only talk, also, my time is over, and I'm ready to go home. So I'm go home. Now when our time is right, by you may go, but legacies you may put them. And by stop, Lord, remind him generations to come now only can be guided to bring him this blood democratic country into the future as one nation, one people, now one country. Thank you.
Minister for Trade and Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I too want to join the Prime Minister and his deputy, all our esteemed leaders, to pay a tribute on behalf of my own family, the people of Yanguru South in Isipik Province, Governor and staff, so people of Isipik, and the People's First Party, to one of our greatest leaders of all time in our nation's history, pre-independence and post-independence. As I reflect on his life, I think of the time, educated to only grade 9, he stood in the Great Hall of the UN and made the business case that PNG was ready for independence. Today we stand to honor him. His brother Grand Chief entrusted that responsibility, an awesome and very sacred responsibility of this great man, to convince the world that PNG was ready. We take our hats off to him today. Our leaders have described his records of achievements, his contributions, so I'm not going to go into that. But I had a privilege of being invited by him to his house for a 2-hour lunch. And he reflected on his own life and experience, his journey and his vision, and what he desired most for this country. His greatest wish over lunch was that one day this country would be peaceful, economically very strong, will be a net aid donor, and we will usher in economic independence that him and his brother and the leaders before us were never able to do in their lifetime. When I went down to New Ireland for his funeral, I recalled his words. I came back with a very, very heavy heart. That this man of steel, courageous and bold, could not see economic independence in his lifetime. This was the dreams of our fathers and our mothers then. And as the last man standing, when he left us, it was an end of a generation, an end of that shared vision. And it is now our challenge as leaders in this generation. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the question that all of us should ask on this floor today is, what are we going to do to usher in economic independence? What are we going to do to stop the loans, the high interest that's killing us? We have to take bold decisions like what said Julius did. When he said he's going to go to Vanuatu, he did it with no fear for anyone and no fear for the unknown. When he decided to build the international terminal, he did it. The freeway, he built it. We are all now enjoying the benefits of the decisions he took. A man of courage and boldness who did not procrastinate, was able to take the decisions even if they seemed unpopular. I want to state on this floor of Parliament, my party, PAP, are ready to support any legislation that will stop us borrowing to invest in our own land in mining and petroleum projects. This is a corporate of my party. We have had enough. No more borrowing for investments in the mining and petroleum space. We are ready to step up and take the courage like our fathers, like Sir Julius did. Make those bold decisions which are good for the country. I want to see the Marape government. We must deliver economic independence in the next 3 years. Enough of borrowing by 2027, enough. No more deficit budgets. This is what our forefathers want, and this is the highest respect we can give them at their passing. Their wish must come to fruition, and we have a sense of duty. If we are serious about their legacies to deliver on the commitment they've made to this country, we must deliver on that. My party is ready. Prime Minister, I'll support you any day. Bring on the legislation. We don't need to fear the multinationals. We must step up and do what's right for our country. We have a growing population, a lot of young people to feed, jobs to create, and we must take the tough decisions, like Sir Julius did. We must stop bringing our fish unprocessed out of this country into the world. Why are we creating jobs in other countries? We should be creating jobs in this country. If it's about their legacy, that's what we must do. We must be bold, we must be courageous. Now I'm ready. Young Southern people are ready to step up like our fathers did and assign independence for this country. They delivered economic, political, we must deliver independence in the coming 3 years. I will support any legislation that will stop loans, that will show we own the resources. Our people must maximize their benefit from the resources of this country. We can't just talk about legacies, we must deliver. We must transform our nation and make it the powerful economic powerhouse in this region. That's their dream. We must live their dream. We must deliver on their dream. So I want to pledge on this day, the last day by him, Toksara Longem, and remember him and celebrate his life. My party, I am personally ready for the bold and hard decisions we must take and read that in the course of our nation. Me ready in the sub here. To you, Lady Stella, thank you for taking a back seat like you told me yourself in your house. And you allowed your husband to take the front seat. You supported his politics from behind. Thank you very much to you, Lady Stella. We honor you today. Nation honors you. A great man is always backed by a great woman. And thank you very much for being the great woman you are and have been to him all his life. To the children, thank you for sharing your father with us. We appreciate all of you and thank you very, very much. To his extended family, including the member for Namatanai, our good treasurer, people of New Ireland, the government of New Ireland, thank you very much for giving one of the greatest sons in our nation's history to Papua New Guinea. As we celebrate his passing, I want to reaffirm that we are ready to take this country to economic independence in our lifetime as a generation of new leaders after the passing of our last man standing. May God bless Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Bougainville.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Plani talk em all get our big man walking penis. Me mark em all Mary in Salon North Bougainville, Long Bougainville, Nalong Papua New Guinea. All get a picking man, ikat mama. All get a picking Mary, ikat mama. Me mark em all mama blo Papua New Guinea, me too, me Salim Toksore blo me. Igol on this la big man, where me play. Igot to good balong em blo muni go penis. Me kisim triple boat. Burkim solwara, making people of Bougainville. La boka ikon aplo anir ikol huris. Me swim this la walk, me walk him, mark him all mama. Blong Papua New Guinea, all mama blong not Bougainville. Lo me play gat, all picking man, me play Mary, me play mama carry min salo this la country. I come sit down this la parliament. I been sanapim this la nice la parliament blo Papua New Guinea, long 1975. when me play ikat long na this time. I think time me come start one time this is parliament when I came in the by-election about 2 years ago. Time me was in the Lahab side. Me come close to through Julius for 6 months, Mr. Lahab. The right thing I did and the honorable thing I did, also one player in South nation. Me look, the first time me go sit down now, he would always be the last person to walk out. So the next day me talk, I think by me excuse lo bubu blong him, now me talk, let me do the honors. By me say hold him hand blow chief, me walk about him go inside the chamber, and then walk about him go outside again. For me to actually be having that little walk about him go out of the chamber, walk about him come inside on chamber, it was for me as a mother, as a woman sitting in this parliament, time me like marking 50 years of independence along this country. It was a way for me as a woman, as a mother of Papua New Guinea, of North Bougainville, lo talk thank you. Long one man, even before me come, long sanap or come to this ground, I would have been about 2 years when this man achieved a mumira, a chunono, and me come sit down and walk long Papua New Guinea. It was very humbling for me as a first time in the National Parliament. Long go talk goodbye, long sanap one time people from Papua New Guinea, long huris, long sanap one time all get a leader man Mary long Niwalen, long huris, long sanap one time all get a leader man Mary inside long NGI, long me play sanap one time all get a people from Papua New Guinea through the mandated leaders who are in this parliament. Me to thank you too, long Prime Minister come one time people get a go. Others would not have reached Huris but were in Kokopo, but maybe looking, all of us wanted to go and say thank you to Niwalen. Maybe like looking him by go inside, long grape, long him. Me no can pull him talk too much, but me talk again. It is honorable to actually say thank you. Long family, long Sir Julius Chan, long clan, long him, long houseman, line, long him. Long me playing Salo Papua New Guinea. Me like talk thank you, me makimul mama. Me play. Ikat big pla walk me plus walking well pikinita me pla karimol. We nurture them to be what they are today. Some play no walking good to mass, some play walking good to mass. One of those people that they walking good through, ne come up in the country, naisana, all get a walk, all brother to talk pinis long and bad. Makimol Mary Bla Papua New Guinea, long North Bougainville, lo Bougainville, Makimol Mama, lo New Guinea Islands region, me talk thank you through. Long house line, houseman, bless you Jay, lo Mary Pikini blongem, lo clan blo mama blongem, no clan blo papa blongem, that you were able to release me come lo mipla, this la cheap wo mipla, put me go inside lo ground, lo money go pinis, long lady Stella, want the more get a Pikini blo you, thank you that you lare mipla come, na mipla pay respect, long this la one pla, not last pla. Long old man we been got big pla walk time me play no come to school yet, me no come up here yet, but plenty time to mass, we don't say thank you. But this time we talk thank you again that me play planning finish. But during this parliament session, the first session for 2025, the parliament is able to allow us long me play come sanap, na me play talk thank you again, long how people on New Island, family belong Sir Julius Chen, the late Sir Julius Chen, Mary Blongam, Nafikini Blongam. They were able to allow us long Jimmy Ken. Bung one time that Jimmy Ken talk one time also one pla leader go pass inside long Papua New Guinea. Ego long people belong New Island, all people belong Namatanai, long all house, long house man, plus J, long Huris, long family belong him through Papa Mama belong him, clan belong him, now too long Lady Stella, now get a picking knee. I come long me pla mama inside, long Papua New Guinea, me pla talk thank you that you were able to share with us. Your husband, your father, your grandfather, your chief inside Long Iwalan, picking man long this time. Thank you to Mas. God by bless him. This la walk about, belong this la family, bless your Jay, and may his soul rest in eternal peace.
The Honorable Regional Member for Western Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I too want to, on behalf of my people of Western Islands Province, I would like to send our condolences to the families of late Sir Julius Chen, Lady Stella, all the members of Parliament from Keviang, the people of New Island Province, especially to the tribesmen and immediate family members. Sir Julius Chen, so much has been said. I would like to thank our Prime Minister and all our leaders, both from the opposition and government. So much has been said now for the last 2 days of the Parliament sitting. Sir Julius Chen is a very important man that God has raised for this country, Papua New Guinea, together with the Grand Chief, Sir Thomas Somare, and all our forefathers who have served this parliament during the early years, 1960s and 70s. They brought independence to this country. Sometimes I ask myself, if these leaders were not there, where would be Papua New Guinea now? Sir Julius Chen, during the 1970s, 75, since we got our independence, I asked this question myself. When you really look back in those days, our forefathers were not really educated. There were not plenty of educated leaders in this parliament. And not many Papua New Guinea people were educated to understand what is independence. But there were few leaders. Probably Sir Julius Chen was one very important leader because he went to school in Australia, and he was probably instrumental in doing a lot of things, which he set the foundation of this country together with the Honorable Grand Chief Somare. And today we have seen some of the constitutions that they put, the government departments we can see now, the central bank, and there's so many things now this country sees. Is the foundation is all our forefathers. Independence of this country, if so many countries in the world today, many countries got their independence through bloodshed and all that. But Papua New Guinea just got independence with leaders who are not really educated. And today we have this house, almost 80–90% of leaders here, all highly educated professionals here. But that time in the 1975, September 16, when this country got independence, Sir Julius Chen deserved, and the Grand Chief Somare, they were the ones, this parliament now, or the parliaments to come later, we will never forget them of what they did. And in the histories to come. So Western Islands Province, Western Islands leaders, I would like to thank Sir Julius Chen
When he was the leader and prime minister, he associated with a lot of Western Islanders. Western Islanders learned a lot from him too. Our former prime minister and former governor, the Honorable Pice Winty, was a very close associate of Sir Julius Chen. And one time Pice Winty said, the best prime minister, the best finance minister when himself was the prime minister was Sir Julius Chen. When he gave any instruction, he just did his work and implemented what the instructions were. He was a very honorable man. He wasted no time, and he was a man leader where he's quite rare. And today, this parliament now, he has served about 57 years or 56 years in parliament, 46 or 47 years in parliament. He was elected to parliament in 1968, but he served parliament to this day, which we see now the 50th anniversary, about 6-7 months away, and he left us. I feel for this great man, leader. I was in 1975, I was doing grade 2, and we got independence. I was only a small boy. But after all these years, I just joined him as a governor, and I was in parliament just a few months with him, and then he left us. For 2 years, he left us. He guided us through this far. He's built this country. He set all the foundations. And all what is Papua New Guinea now, he is the man that I respect him now. Western Islands, when he was at the People's Progress Party, our leader, my local leader in Hagen, Glenn Kunden was his party president, the People's Progress Party president, and that Pice Winty was his closest associate. And many Western Islanders, he raised them, he taught them how to do business and be leaders. And today, we all, on behalf of all these Western Islanders, I as governor, and all my open members of Western Islands Province, we pass on our condolence together with all you great leaders of this country. And but this time we can remember and we can think back during those times where what our forefathers did. And on behalf of my family, my wife, my kids, and all my people of Western Islands, I'm passing my condolence to you all, family, and the people of New Ireland, and also whoever's the acting governor. And I know in the years, in the days to come, we will have a governor who will replace Sir Julius Chen, and his legacies can be lived on. So with that, thank you all, and God bless this parliament and leaders. Thank you.
The question is that the condolence message motion moved by the Prime Minister being agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. As a mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable gentlemen, I invite all honorable members to rise in their place. I take the parliament.
Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice. Numbers 124 and 125, government business being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Those in against say no. Clerk.
Notice number 124, Minister for Petroleum.
The Minister for Petroleum. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the National Petroleum Authority Bill 2025.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act A to provide an administrative framework for the implementation and enforcement of laws and policies governing petroleum activities and matters in Papua New Guinea, and B, to establish the National Petroleum Authority to replace the Department of Petroleum and Energy and for related purposes.
Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to present to Parliament the proposed National Petroleum Authority Bill for an Act 2025. That it is part of the overall government, the Marape Rosso government, key reforms in the petroleum sector to strengthen the institutional capacity, our regulating agency to better administer and manage the oil and gas industry in Papua New Guinea. These are key economic sector reform in our country. Mr. Assistant Speaker, currently the Department of Petroleum and Energy is the mandated government agency responsible for the administration and regulation of the petroleum industry under the Oil and Gas Act of 1998. The Oil and Gas Regulation 2002 and the Unconventional Hydrocarbon Act 2015 in relation to the exploration, development, production of oil and gas resources in Papua New Guinea. It started off as a petroleum resource assessment group in the mining department in the 1980s. From then, a petroleum division was created in the Department of Mining and Petroleum in the 1990s as a result of oil and gas discoveries in Hides and Kutubu that commenced production in 1992. Assistant Speaker, in the 1998, the Oil and Gas Act was enacted by Parliament, with subsequent formation of the Department of Petroleum and Energy through the Oil and Gas Act of 1998 and the Oil and Gas Regulation 2002, and the renewed regulatory organization, we saw an increase in exploration investments and activities that led to the discovery of elk antelope gas fields in 2005, which are now to be developed as the Papua LNG project. The department also facilitated the birth and the implementation of the PNG LNG project, our current leading revenue-generating project in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the Department of Petroleum and Energy, after the dissolving of the Energy Wing in 2021 and the formation of the National Energy Authority, now consists of two divisions, the Core Petroleum Division and the Support Corporate Services Division. The name, however, remained as the Department of Petroleum and Energy. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the talk of transforming the Department of Petroleum and Energy into a regulatory statutory authority and have more effective and efficient regulator of the petroleum industry has been around for over a decade. In 2013, National Executive Decision number 10145 of 2013, the National Executive Council approved and directed the establishment of the Petroleum and Energy Authority. Mr. Assistant Speaker, following that policy, directive from the government varied and a separate energy authority was created in 2021, the National Energy Authority. Consequently, the NEC Decision 156 of 2020 directed the establishment of the National Petroleum Authority. That in 2020 decision was made together with the proposed production sharing framework, which involves the Kumul Petroleum Holding. Mr. Assistant Speaker, with reform work on fiscal regime and production sharing framework being looked closely and pursued, the regulator's role has to be enhanced because we have a live and robust industry to regulate economic projects to deliver in our country. Without having to subject the regulator to various fiscal regime models at this point of time, I am prioritizing the creation of the National Petroleum Authority as an independent, effective, and efficient regulator. This will bring industry confidence while the authority play a key role in implementing policies such as production sharing contracts, downstream processing, and domestic market obligation, amongst other policy of national interest for our country. Mr. Assistant Speaker, as per recent NEC Decision 307 of 2024, the proposed National Petroleum Authority is approved to be established via an Act of Parliament. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the current budgetary allocation for the Department of Petroleum is around 25 million kina per annum to 35 million kina. With the proposed restructure of the National Petroleum Authority, we are expecting a fourfold increase in funds required. Therefore, between 80 million kina to 120 million kina annually budget anticipated. The Treasury Department has responded to our initial draft proposed that the current budget appropriation for the Department of Petroleum is approximately 54%, or in or about 48 million kina, of the base year establishment cost. Thus, funding should not be deterred for progressing this government reform agenda. Mr. Assistant Speaker, overall, the Treasury view that the reform impacts on the government fiscal expenditure parameters is at a minimum, given that establishment of the National Petroleum is only a transformation of the existing Department of Petroleum. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the Department of Petroleum and Energy regulates, administers high-performing industry, the leading revenue-generating industry for the state, currently recording over 18 billion kina in taxes, royalties, levies, dividend payments to the state and its proponents in the last 4 years. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the PNG LNG project from 2015 to year-end 2024 has remitted tax loan payment of 14 billion 89 kina. Mr. Assistant Speaker, revenue generation from petroleum projects are anticipated to maintain and grow 2 to 3 folds. That is where the proposed National Petroleum Authority will enhance its role to facilitate more investment, projects and policies to create more benefits for the state of Papua New Guinea and its citizens. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the non-tax revenue fees and charges collected through the Department of Petroleum and Energy is roughly 3 to 4 million kina annually. It's projected. Revised fees and charges scheduled to have been made and pending gazettal that would increase around 8 million kina to 12 million kina annually. This is captured in this current bill going before Parliament today, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Mr. Assistant Speaker, in the 5 years plan of my ministry and the Department of Petroleum and Energy, the National Petroleum Authority will champion the state's agenda by creating more investment to support Papua New Guinea social economic development. Mr. Assistant Speaker, in order to successful implementation, the proposed Petroleum Authority will require adequate, reliable funding to conduct its operations and work program on behalf of the state and the people of Papua New Guinea. The current annual budgetary appropriation operation and public investment program funding. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the proposed funding streams from the National Petroleum Authority are Parliamentary budgetary allocation and support from Treasury. 2, PIP allocation from the Department of National Planning and Monitoring. 3, fees and charges, proceeds from the petroleum industry subject to Non-Tax Revenue Administration Act of 2020 and determinations. And finally, the National Petroleum Authority levy at a rate of 0.5% on the gross value of petroleum product exported to be paid by the National Petroleum Authority by the petroleum producers, only producers, similar to the mining sector in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Assistant Speaker, from all funding and financing provisions of this bill, the Public Finance Management Act of 1995 and the Non-Tax Revenue Administration Act and all other revenue laws will apply. So it's governed within the framework of the Public Finance Management Act and the Non-Tax Revenue Administration Act of 2022. The authority shall retain and expend the funds it receives through approved budgets as per the relevant legislations. All excess funds, and let me repeat, all excess funds above required budget shall be remitted at the end of the year back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Mr. Assistant Speaker, to conclude, the proposed National Petroleum Authority is a key enabler for the better management of the oil and gas industry in Papua New Guinea. The establishment of the National Petroleum Authority will be the catalyst for the implementation of the government medium-term development plan for 2023 to 2027 for the petroleum sector in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, with that, I now commend the bill to this Honourable House. Thank you.
The Minister for State Enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Assistant Speaker. I rise to support the establishment of the National Petroleum Authority bill and to make a speech. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I must commend the Minister for Petroleum for this presenting this long overdue bill in terms of regulating our very, very important hydrocarbon sector, particularly the petroleum industry. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Papua New Guinea happens to be one of the few remaining countries which is still stuck in the so-called concessionary regime, a regime that was introduced by people who helped us become a country, particularly, if I may use this word, colonists. Mr. Assistant Speaker, when the existing Oil and Gas Act was introduced in 1998, our people in this country expected better returns for the very valuable resources that we have under our ground, especially oil and gas. But despite our expectations over the years, we've lost focus, and our main instrument of ensuring that we get the best returns for our country, especially the Department of Petroleum and Energy, also lost its way. There are many provisions in the Oil and Gas Act of 1998 which actually covers almost every scenario we can expect when it comes to extracting the best returns for our resources. There are provisions in the Oil and Gas Act which actually requires the developers or the license holders to actually file things such as petroleum cost reports every year, informing us how much they have spent in actually exploring, drilling, and spending in appraisal of wells, and even making those assessments. Yet, they don't do those. And our very officers in the Department of Petroleum even fail to ensure that those provisions are actually enforced and respected by our developers. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker, we in many ways have to blame ourselves for the way we are finding ourselves in this industry. And if you look at our neighboring countries such as Indonesia or Malaysia, who've gone past this concessionary regime, and they use either a petroleum steering contract regime or a combination of concessionary regime and petroleum CS regime. They are doing very well. And in a country like Indonesia, Mr. Acting Speaker, if some of us can remember correctly, when the one of the world's leading oil and gas companies, ExxonMobil, was playing games and was warehousing the resources and was using those resources in Indonesia to simply make its book look good and then develop the other resources held in other countries, the leadership in Indonesia kicked them out. And many people assumed that Indonesia would be regarded as one of those countries which no one would invest. But contrary to those expectations, Indonesia has survived. Indonesia has demonstrated that when there's a strong leadership who are determined to pave the way for the commercialization of their resources, they can succeed. We can also look to the experience of Malaysia, where they, through the national petroleum company Petronas, have been able to develop a thriving industry where they get the maximum under the production sharing contract regime or a hybrid system. They have done very well, Mr. Acting Speaker. We just need to look no further. It is about time we look seriously at doing away with the concessionary regime and developing the resource. How can we then, the very owners of the resources, allow others to dictate to us and make them buy equity in the very resources we own ourselves? It does not make any sense. Economically or anyway, whatever you want to call it, it does not make any sense whatsoever. It is about time we reviewed the regime that we have imposed and start changing for the better. And Mr. Acting Speaker, I say that this is the way to go forward, and I commend our hardworking petroleum minister for taking the right steps and introducing this bill for us to pass. Mr. Acting Speaker, we will not regret it for one moment if we go past the current regime that we have and go to either a combination of the production sharing contract regime or a regime that is better suited and tailored to meet the expectations of our people. Mr. Acting, I have heard about current licensees in this country telling us that they have got some very exciting discoveries underneath, and they are trying to convince us to take shortcuts and quickly grant them petroleum development licenses without even producing us certified reports telling us how much is down there. There is a process called you have your resources certified by independent reserve certifiers such as blue chip companies such as Gaffney Klein or knowledge Gaffney Klein of England, or knowledge reservoir of Canada. When you have resources certified by those blue chip certifiers, then you know that what is down there is credible, and you can then develop your formula based on the known reserves. Yet, they are continuing to treat us with contempt and trying to get us to agree to certain fiscal regimes without even having those resources certified first. These days are gone, Mr. Speaker. We need to be firm and tell them that whoever wants to deal with us here, deal with us on our terms, not their terms. If we continue to allow them to dictate to us their terms, even despite having all those resources, and despite having so many very, very clever people in this House, we will never get far. We will never get far, Mr. Speaker. So this is a golden opportunity for us to change for the better. Tell the world that this country cannot be played around with anymore. It means business, and that whoever comes to this country must conduct business on our terms. The days of us being threatened and being told that if we said no, we will be left behind are long gone. This is the modern world, and Papua New Guinea is a country that can be reckoned with, especially in the hydrocarbon sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend our good, hardworking minister for this bill, and I support it. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
The honourable member for Abao.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I rise to debate on this proposed bill by the Honourable Minister and wish to make some comments. Firstly, congratulations, Minister, for bringing this bill to the floor of the Parliament. I note, Assistant Speaker, that during the day, the clerk and his team also distributed and gave us notice on other bills that are coming, and I take note of the bill called the National Executive Council to be turned into a department. It appears, Assistant Speaker, as this government is into structures, more ministries, more departments, therefore more costs to the country and taxpayers. But they have had 6 years of trying to manage the processes. The Minister for State-Owned Enterprises, who has spoken in support of the authority bill, he was the minister responsible for this department before its turn. And under his leadership, the department delivered the Papua New Guinea LNG project. And in the minister's statement, as he was reading the bill or presenting the bill, he failed to acknowledge those departments that help the government of the day to design and develop the policies and the laws over the many, many years. And those departmental heads and their staff who worked very, very hard to sit down with these high-powered corporate entities supporting ministers of state to deliver this multi-billion-dollar project. And Papua New Guinea LNG project is such an example, and we didn't need an authority to deliver that project, Mr. Assistant Speaker. But transitions have to take place, and prior to the other departments turn into authorities like the mining department into a MRA, there are complaints that when you structure an authority and when you bring in industry players in the board, we may be compromising ourselves as a state. And I see in the composition of this board that there are industry players, that they've been invited to be part and nominate those directors of the board. So we really haven't learned good lessons in our involvement of departments that have served the country over the years and new governments begin to change their structures into so-called this authority thing. Another example, the Climate Change Authority, we haven't really achieved a lot. So when we change departments to these corporate entities, I think the lessons are that we really have not improved efficiency. We have brought in politics into these systems. For example, the chairman and the deputy chairman will be appointed by the NEC upon recommendation of the minister. Again, another sticky finger of the politics into these important corporate entities that are there to deliver, Assistant Speaker. And so I know the government has the numbers to pass this bill. I have my doubts, but I wish the authority all the best. I hope that the lessons that have been learned in establishing authorities and seeing them perform and not meet the expectations of the government of the day, I hope we can improve on those matters. On a lighter note, Assistant Speaker, may I ask the Minister, and he will respond to it. I think it's a typo error. Maybe the copy I have is a different copy. But on page 3 on subsection 7 of your bill that you have distributed, you have duplicated the functions of the board twice. Under subsection 7, under the heading of functions and powers of the authority, and 7.1, you are saying the board has the following functions. It should be the authority has the following functions rather than the board. Because if you go to the board, functions and powers on page 5, subsection 10, you are going back to functions and powers of the board, and you are defining the functions and the powers of the board. But on subsection 7.1, you are beginning with the board has the following functions. I hope it's a typographic error and that it can be changed. Clerk of Parliament and Assistant Speaker, I think we have a problem in this regard. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
The original member for Southern Orange.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Me too, like debate on this bill. Importantly, I want to commend the Minister for Petroleum and also the Marape Rosso government for introducing this bill that will transform the Department of Petroleum into an authority with a board and a managing director to manage the petroleum, gas, and hydrocarbon industry of this country. We need to be compatible with the industry. We cannot have a government department competing with well-advanced people with technology and know-how. This bill is timely. The Department of Petroleum and Energy has been dysfunctional for some time. It has been poorly funded, lack of skills to manage the complex industry. So this note, I think we as a country should commend the government and approve this law so it regulates the petroleum and hydrocarbon industry in this country. Generally, this bill will enable recruitment of suitably qualified personnel in the market environment which is compatible with the industry. It will also provide the opportunity to the government to restore credibility in the way we conduct our business in the oil and gas and petroleum industry with this new authority. With the establishment of this authority, the state, as the regulator, will effectively administer the petroleum licenses and operations permitting as per the Oil and Gas Act of 1998 and other laws and policies. So in government, when you see needs of important functions, and when department per se cannot cope with the operating environment, we need to bring this kind of legislations to give competitive advantage so that the petroleum department is compatible with the expertise and the know-how with ExxonMobil, Santos, and some of the industry players. So I think this bill is timely, it's important, and we commend the minister for this. But having said that, and my province from the petroleum industry have some issues to raise so that it's recorded on the handset. First, this bill, as presented, only amends part of the Oil and Gas Act, and significant one is Section 11 of the Act, which says the Director of Petroleum, who is the head of the department or secretary, now will be the Managing Director of the National Petroleum Authority. I have a few comments. In Section 11, members of the National Petroleum Authority Board, it appears Kumul Petroleum Holding Limited is missing on the ex-official list of directors. Is this meant or to treat our national oil and gas company different, or it's an oversight one? Why I say this, I know they are a company and operating in the industry, but they are 100% owned entity, and perceived conflict of interest is not new in other jurisdictions. In fact, it's worse because the national oil companies control everything and they do everything for their country. Second, they have the necessary skills and experience to qualify to be on this board. The National Petroleum Authority will have significant funding, third one, significant funding from the levy of 0.5%, which seems like a tax or fee, and it can be significant if this is applied on gross export volume. For example, if one project like Pyongyang or PNG project is exporting and earning US $5 billion, what does the 0.5% constitute? Roughly 25 million US dollars per year. Add that to the export from Krubu, for example, Gobe, Moran, oil producing licenses. The question is the National Petroleum Authority subject to Auditor General audits? Has the industry been consulted to seek their views on such a new levy? Well, if so, what is the position? If the National Petroleum Authority is to attract expertise in the industry, is subjecting the National Petroleum Authority to Public Service Commission for employment conditions considered productive? Finally, as an oil and gas producing province, I am very concerned about the lack of transparency, policy directions and leadership by the Department of Petroleum on mature oil fields, for example, the Gobe oil field. Their restoration plan, programs. Do we know and have a plan fully funded as per the requirements of the Oil and Gas Act to plug and abandon the field? In the mining industry, you have the mine closure policy. I don't know what we have for petroleum projects. Have this field reset the economic limits? I am reliably informed
PDL 4 and 5 have, but the operators are hanging on to it at the expense of the PNG LNG project by shifting costs around. PNG LNG to Gobe. Do we have a trust fund at Central Bank of Papua New Guinea created to restore the environment, for example? How do we know and have certainly that environment will be restored fully and the safety of the community? This is the same for Moran, Gobe, Agogo, Saris Mananda, and Kurbu when they reach the economic limits. Finally, if there is still oil and gas, is this better managed and operated by a low-cost operator? Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
The original member for Morobe.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. To give it a lead to speak on the Minister for Petroleum's bill before this Parliament. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Morobe Province is now facing an area in which samples of oil and gas are being found everywhere, even right into the sea, in the area of Sialong and down the Morobe coast. So by the time we exhaust maybe one day up in the islands, all attentions will coming down to the coast. And when we get the exploration done and find a quantity economically viable to harvest, they will come to Leh or to the Morobe province. And Mr. Assistant Speaker, and therefore if I don't speak on this bill, it will be offense for the people of Morobe. So thank you for the opportunity you give to me. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I thank the Minister for his wisdom and the government today to present this very important bill before this Parliament. Oil and gas is unrenewable resources. Indeed it is. It's not like cacao and cacao, oil palm and coffee. It's unrenewable resources. There is a continuation of explorations going on. Similarly, so extraction of the oil and gas going on in this country. We don't know when, how much oil and gas is in this country for further extraction, exploration, extraction. We don't know. And because it is unrenewable resources, we have to be very careful, very, very careful. And Mr. Assistant Speaker, in this country, during the, before we gained independence and straight after independence, many exploration in this country has been done by foreigners. Foreigners. Just simply because, no offense, simply because we don't have the financial capacity to do it ourselves, or any other resources or technical people to do it ourselves. Therefore, by virtue of the law in this country, we allow them to come and exploit. To this date, as we speak, those people who have explored, the foreign companies who have explored, have eventually got a license to extract, to exploit. And they're the one in control. They're the one in control of the harvesting of an oil and gas in this country. Previously, in the previous government, I won't name the names, but we have signed agreements. We have signed agreements to give the foreigners to take full control of the exploration and exploitation or harvesting of the oil and gas. And by virtue of that agreement we have signed, much of the oil has been taken away. Much of that gas has been taken away in a crude form to their land or to the country they choose to further process. And the fine product of this has been sold to the world, and little has been imported back to our country, and we're spending millions and billions of kina to get those things, the product which belonged to us and which went away. in a manner that I have said. Section 6, Mr. Speaker, of the Oil and Gas Act provides that the ownership of the oil and gas 100% belongs to the state. Belongs to the state. And I always question, Mr. Assistant Speaker, since when the state was living in places where oil and gas were found? Since when they came to live there first? We were living there first, before the foreigners came in. Now, by virtue of Section 6 of the Oil and Gas Act, and by virtue of Section 5 of the Mining Act, we have given them the full authority to exploit and to harvest, Mr. Assistant Speaker. And when we give them the full authority, these are a bunch of intelligent people who have all the resources in the world to exploit oil and gas. And they've been in this business for many, many years. We've just arrived. Sorry, we've just come in to join the Western civilization, their way of doing things. And unfortunately, we don't have the resources to do the exploration ourselves and exploitation ourselves. We're in this position. But we cannot, Mr. Assistant Speaker, we cannot just fold our hands and continue that system, allowing them to come in, exploit, and by virtue of that license to exploit, and by virtue of acquisition to a power license to exploit, take everything away. We must take steps now. Yeah, you can criticize Indonesia, Mr. Assistant Speaker, but the Indonesians got a control. They harvest oil and gas. They keep some for themselves in a reserve. They call them bank. Like the Thailand, they have a rice bank. Everywhere down the road you go, there's a rice bank. And we're the oil and gas producing country. I don't see any oil and gas bank around here. Everything's gone to Singapore or to any countries that we're allowing them to export. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, Assistant Speaker, I hope that this authority, we're going to have intelligent, Papua New Guinean intelligent, Papua New Guinean patriots, Papua New Guinea at heart, in there, working in there. I take full comment of views by the member for Abau, who constitutes that board. And I take full note of what the Governor for the Southern Islands is saying, that we must make sure that that board that we're going to establish by virtue of this authority is the board, Mr. Assistant Speaker, will protect our interest, and that must be paramount. And make sure that our professional people are in there and people who have country at heart working in there, so that they'll make sure any applications coming in from foreigners coming into the board to be approved must be adequately and intelligently checked, Mr. Assistant Speaker, so that our interest is protected. And I want to see, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that we make sure that, first of all, unfortunately, consecutive budget I have read, we have passed through this Parliament, consecutive budget is not supporting the Papua New Guinean for exploration. Papua New Guinean company for exploration, be it in oil and gas or in minerals. We're supposed to support Papua New Guineans, with due respect to many Papua New Guinean businessmen and women. They don't have the hard cash, but they have the qualification through universities we've got and universities overseas. And for many Papua New Guinean geologists, many Papua New Guinean petrol scientists are now not working in here. They're working all around the world. What does that show? That shows that we are intelligent, more intelligent. And therefore, if these people know the technique to do the exploration and to harvest the exploration, the government should support. Unfortunately, particularly in the exploration field, in the part in the exploration, we're not supporting enough. And we should. And if we do that, surely exploration are done by our people, and the know-how, they're in a position to do it. We back them up,
They should process oil and gas in this country. In this country. And we should have a bank of oil and gas like Thailand, Rice Bank, we're going to look him. And Indonesia. We should have a bank. And we should control it. Why should we pay the high prices of oil and gas around here in this country? Hey, it's going up. Papua New Guinea with the Kenya devaluation, all of those things happening, the price rise, we eat our country tough. Plenty Papua New Guineans, all no millionaire, all no billionaire. And we are killing our people. And the last remaining resources like oil and gas we're talking about, this is fossil energy, unrenewable, Mr. Austin Speaker, we've got to be very careful. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that this authority will take heed of this thing to make sure that our country's interest is protected. Oil and gas, and also in the mineral sector. And Mr. Minister, I fully support you. Of course, we're going to make mistakes here and there, but as long as we have the country's intention right in our mind, in our heart, we will make no mistakes there. And I don't want to, in the future, I hope that this authority will make sure the license is given to a company who agrees to make sure process the oil and gas in this country to a final product, Mr. Speaker, to a final product. Not take the crude, process it in a crude form, take it away to another country, and process it in a final product, add value, and sell it to a country, a struggling country, Mr. Acting Speaker. And therefore, I hope that this authority will see to it that we give the license to people who got this country hit hard, whether foreign country or whether the Papua New Guinean, foreign company or company, Papua New Guinean company, they must have heart for this country. When we do that, Mr. We will get the best and more from the oil and gas or petroleum product. We can produce many things out of that petroleum. Many things. You can even produce your clothes. Why not? If you put it in the final draft, the jackets that you are wearing, and the necktie you are wearing, all of those are coming from the byproduct of oil and gas. Don't think that, or other things, or the trees or whatever is producing your clothes. Byproducts, what you're wearing now, bucket, whatever, plastic spoon, all of those things are coming from oil and gas, oil. And I hope that by virtue of establishment of this authority, we'll get serious on it, and we get the best outcome, more money for Papua New Guinea, because this is the unrenewable resources. If people don't play it right, now we can send everything away, like Ghana. Ghana had oil and gas, the mining. Everything went away, but they invest in education. They invest in education. That is why more Ghanaians are professors all over the world. Jimmy, you can sound on Professor Akilampa Soya. He's a Ghana, no oil and gas, but an academic, international law recognized by the world. So if we be careful and make sure that our resources, limited resources, unrenewable resources, are exploited, properly refined, value-added in our country, this country can earn more, and we can become rich, and our country, our future, in a safe hands. And Mrs. Assistant Speaker, I support the Minister. Eventually, I support the Minister. We should have this bill passed through without any difficulty. And of course, any other errors or some errors which the member for our Abao has said, if it is true, we can have it changes. But if it's not true, then let's get them passed through. And we're in the business of setting the authority and move on and protect our resources in the best possible way. Thank you. Prime Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, Pastor Mtro, I'd like to thank you, Lord, you yet. all members of Parliament, including all leaders, staff long opposite. Long you may sit down, you go pass through lunchtime, but you may sit down yet, long making walk, long pass him all love, long country be me. In a long time, go finish, you may give him grievance debate. Long number 2 Prime Minister of our country, believe me, one of those founding fathers of our country. These great leaders in the 68 to 72 Parliament and right through 72 to 77, they worked tirelessly to construct most of the laws that carry our country at present. And I want to appreciate the leaders in this Parliament right now. You're sitting right through long hours, and to give respect to Parliament's primary role, and that is to discuss laws and process laws and to pass good laws if majority does agree. And so I want to appreciate all of you. And also in this juncture, pay my commendations to the Petroleum Minister for his great enthusiasm. When he came on board as Petroleum Minister, he moved many miles in short space of time in what I would have wanted other petroleum ministers before him to have done. We came into office in 2019 with a clear agenda. Take back PNG. Agenda was simply trying best, where possible, to account for all our resources and earn just due in as far as owners of the resources are concerned. Without hurting our investors, they need to make a return on the investment. There's a place for them to earn fairly and equitably, especially in the deductible earnings from their expense accrued in exploration and production or development and production of these resources that earn. Mind you, petroleum sector right now stands at 50% of our country's GDP. One sector alone, 50% of our country's GDP. This sector, unfortunately, we have shifted to be reliant on this sector in a big way, and I want to give assurance to all members of the House and industry, stakeholders, and our country. This setup of the authority is not only timely because we are now 50 years on, and as a country known for hydrocarbon extraction, we need to move into this space. Structures that carry us, that doesn't go well in as far as resource accountability is concerned, must be relooked at. And so we felt that this one, and I want to assure this House, there will be no duplication of function. We're not creating a new organization. The current structure we have in the Department of Petroleum will be renamed, and there's a subsequent amendment coming after this bill is passed, hopefully, that will now amend the Oil and Gas Act. So it replaces the Department of Petroleum and upgrades it into a petroleum authority. And in this, there will be not much need for new staff brought in, but through the normal advertisement processes, the current positions we have will be now migrated into the new authority. We also know the sister agency in mining has Department of Mining and the Mineral Resource Authority. We're looking into marrying these two and to ensure that we remove impediments in between many of these agencies of state that could clog efficiency of work. And so those are work that we are also picking in the face of our country's 50th anniversary coming up. What are necessary laws that we can amend to make sure we remove impediments and get the ease of work happening at the earliest. So Department of Petroleum will be subsumed into the structure that we're setting up here to enhance regulation, to enhance oversight, the presence of industry on the board. Board members are 7 in this board, 7 members in the board. Industry, if you look at Section 7 of this proposed law says 7 members, only 1 is an industry rep. The rationale of having industry rep in this is industry are important stakeholder. Important stakeholder, they need to understand the rationale of decision making at the board level. This also places a board in between minister, cabinet, and the regulator. Right now, most of the regulations power is in the hand of one man. In the hand of one man, and that is Secretary of the Department of Petroleum. And so in this board, it allows for a general oversight. The industry also, the one rep sits in and with the board making critical decisions. So they clearly understand the steps government is taking. We have many instances where industry is on the outside. They sometimes complain that we are doing things without their knowledge. And their presence on board is just one, the voting power is one. And if it is substantial, I am sure a mature board would make considered decisions in a meeting of the board members. So I want to ask all members of parliament, this is timely, this allows for greater transparency, it anchors power in the hands of the authority. This is a first step in a move towards having a regime that is a hybrid in my view, that is not detached from investors making a return on investment, but allows PNC to have a greater benefit in resources. And Minister has been tasked, and subsequent amendments are coming in as far as especially the regime that will govern the administration of our benefit setting. And this board will now, if set up by this parliament, will now have the ability to go out and work in this space and set out a new benefit setting arrangement, in my view, that will entrench our placement as resource owners, but at the same time giving recognition to our investors as a key partner in the resource harvest. Papua New Guinea also must be advised that our oil and gas at present, we have only proven a little over 20 TCF of gas, for instance. That is nothing compared to, for instance, the Mozambique, 80 TCF of gas in Mozambique that both ExxonMobil and Total has, or the super majors who have over 100 TCF of gas. But that is not to say I want to inform this House under Minister Maladina and in our government. For the first time now, Total, for instance, has an exploration interest in Maliu outside of eastern Papua coastline. This year they'll be spending over $100 million. And they've brought in, if I'm not wrong, Petronas as their major partner in first-time offshore hydrocarbon explorations. I want to also indicate, and that is quite possibly substantial, I want to also indicate exciting prospect in the northeast of Kerema. It's a project called Wildebeest that has anywhere between 3 TCF to 27 TCF. All these resources abound in the stranded fields in Western Gulf, as well as Western Province, the Southern Highlands, the Hela Province, and in the southern side of our country remains an exciting prospect, but we need to step up on regulation, step up monitoring, step up on negotiation. This Parliament will be asked, when Minister has matured the new law in as far as resource benefit sharing is concerned, Minister will then ask us to also look into entrenching this law by Parliament. I am tired of negotiating with resource investors. We must regulate and entrench what is PNG's benefit in respect to resource out there. So investors come in, they know exactly what are PNG's benefit in respect to resource harvest. So I want to thank the Minister. This is a first step in the right direction. Department of Petroleum will be redundant. All staff who are qualified, good, will be subsumed into this new authority. This new authority will be regulators, with the industry present on board, regulating how we govern the petroleum and hydrocarbon business. And with this, I recommend this bill to the House.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act, A, to provide an administrative framework for the implementation and enforcement of laws and policies governing petroleum activities and matters in Papua New Guinea, and B, to establish the National Petroleum Authority to replace the Department of Petroleum and Energy and for related purposes.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor General, dated 11 March 2025, recommending the expenditure of public money of Papua New Guinea and the raising of revenue in accordance with Section 210 of the Constitution insofar as the bill relate to and provide for such expenditure and raising of revenue. Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask the leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? The ayes have it. Go ahead, Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be read the third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with the Constitution requirement, the bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, please close the door. So. Attendants, please close the door. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Applicants, please stand. Honorable members, the result, ayes 84, noes 0. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to A, to provide an administrative framework for the implementation and enforcement of laws and policies governing petroleum activities and matters in Papua New Guinea, and B, to establish the National Petroleum Authority to replace the Department of Petroleum and Energy and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Notice number 125, Minister for Petroleum.
Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I present the Oil and Gas Amendment Bill 2025.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Oil and Gas Act 1998 and for related purposes.
Minister for Petroleum.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read the second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, thank you for allowing me to present the Oil and Gas Act Amendment Bill 2025 to the House. This bill is a consequential to the National Petroleum Authority Bill, aligning the legislation in meaning and in function. Mr. Assistant Speaker, this consequential amendment bill defines the National Petroleum Authority in the Oil and Gas Act of 1998. Mr. Assistant Speaker, once enacted, the National Petroleum Authority will replace and supersede the Department of Petroleum and Energy as the administrator of the Oil and Gas Act of 1998, which is the primary legislation regulating the petroleum industry and activities in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Assistant Speaker, with that, I now commend this consequential amended bill to the Honourable House.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Oil and Gas Act 1998 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask the leave of Parliament to move third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Minister. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Oil and Gas Act 1998 and for related purposes.
Minister. The Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that Mr. Charlie Benjamin, Mr. Michael Marum, and Mr. Tobo Yoto be appointed members of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws and Acts and Subordinate Legislations.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The Leader of Government Business. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent order of day number 98, government business, being called on forthwith.
The question is that the question be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Order of the day, number 98, Constitutional Amendment, Motion of No Confidence Law 2024. Minister for Justice and Attorney General, third reading, second record opportunity for debate and second vote.
I present the report of the Permanent Parliament Committee on Constitutional Laws and Act and Subordinate Legislation relating to the Constitutional Amendment. The motion of no confidence, Law 2024. The chairman to make a brief statement.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Assistant Speaker. I rise to present the report on the Constitutional Amendment, Motion of No Confidence, Law 2024, by the Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws, Acts and Subordinate Legislation. The proposed law was referred to the committee on the 27th November 2024. The committee was required under the Parliamentary Standing Orders 222E-B to examine the proposed law during the period of 2 months and prepare its report for the third reading on the proposed law. On the 5th of March 2025, the committee met with the Department of Justice and Attorney General and the First Legislative Council. The committee acknowledges the contributions from the Secretary, Department of Justice and Attorney General, and the First Legislative Council. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws, Acts and Subordinate Legislation is a permanent committee of the National Parliament appointed by Parliament at the start of this term, 2022 to 2027. The functions of the committee are to have general responsibilities concerning the Constitution, matters not specifically within the functions of other committees, and in particular, responsibility concerning proposed laws to alter the Constitution or organic laws and acts required to be made or required to be made in a prescribed manner by the Constitution. The resolution that established the committee states that the committee shall consider and report to the Parliament on any proposed constitutional law and any constitutional matter referred to it by Parliament before there is any opportunity for debate on the proposed law or matter or as directed by Parliament, and the committee may consider and report to Parliament on any constitutional matter or question as it thinks fit. Mr. Assistant Speaker, at the outset, a vote of no confidence is a practice in Parliament to strengthen the reigning government. On the other hand, a vote of no confidence is the practice in Parliament to remove the reigning government. The former is exercised by the reigning government and its coalition, while the latter is exercised by the opposition or the government in waiting. Mr. Assistant Speaker, both the vote of no confidence and the vote of no confidence are embedded within the system of parliamentary democracy. It is often held that both the vote of confidence and no confidence are exercised to firstly strengthen the reigning government and secondly to strengthen the relationship between the government and the Parliament. While the first reason is obviously clear, the second reason alludes to the fact that the Parliament provides the avenue for this to happen. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the proposed law, once passed by Parliament, will be the second amendment to Section 145 of the Constitution. The first amendment was done in 1991, when the grace period of 6 months was extended to 18 months. The current amendment intends to insert a new subsection, a subsection 5, where the motion of no confidence in the Prime Minister is unsuccessful. A subsequent motion of no confidence in the Prime Minister or the Ministry after the unsuccessful motion of no confidence shall not be moved for another period of 18 months, commencing on the date that the motion of no confidence is unsuccessful. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the committee notes that the proposed once passed by Parliament will ensure that there will be no further motion on the vote of no confidence once the first attempt becomes unsuccessful. The current practice has been that there can be attempts on the vote of no confidence after an unsuccessful attempt is taken for the first time. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the committee notes that the underlying reason for this proposed law is to promote political stability in the Prime Minister and his government, his or her government. The practice of moving the vote of no confidence on several unsuccessful attempts has affected the functioning of government, its machineries and services. The committee also notes that the Founding Fathers, in their wisdom, saw the practices of vote of no confidence to be based on common sense. That is, once an unsuccessful vote of confidence is taken, there will not be further attempts. The committee notes that the law is not clear as to what happens when there is an unsuccessful motion of no confidence after the 18-month period. Therefore, the law must be clearly defined to state whether or not a motion of no confidence may be made in a second attempt where the first attempt has been unsuccessful after 18 months of the election of the Prime Minister. The committee therefore recommends that the proposed law be passed. Thank you.
Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 22F, I move that the proposed law be now read a third time and commence the second required opportunity for debate.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. I have it. Honourable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded and that in order for the proposal law to pass, it must also be supported by a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, please close the door. The question is that the proposed law without amendment be now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Honorable members, the ayes 81, noes 4. Clerk.
Third reading, a proposed law to alter the Constitution and for related purposes.
The Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent Order of the Day 70 government business being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Order of the day number 70, Constitutional Amendment, Declaration of Papua New Guinea as Christian Country, Lot 2023, Minister for Justice and Attorney General, third reading, second vote from 5th of September 2024. Go to the vote.
Honorable Governor, what is your point of order?
The last time the Speaker made a ruling that because of standing orders and due to the failure of the last vote of no confidence, another one could not be moved for 12 months. Now, this bill failed in the last reading and 12 months has not lapsed. Therefore, the rules that the Speaker made in the last sitting in relation to the vote of no confidence also applies to this particular bill. You have to wait 12 months. That was the ruling. Thank you.
Honorable Governor, the vote was rescinded. Exhibit number.
The reasoning was that because Onkemi failed. No, you clarim pastor. You made the rules on this floor. You cannot make one rule and then when it suits you, you change the rule. It's in, you used, I think, 165 of the standing orders. You used it for the bonk. You did use it. Go back na check him hands up, mi plus sit down lawyer, na you plus talk saying you cannot bring it because of that particular standing orders. You used it. Now, look, convenience, you play electionism rule can. The same rules that applied then because you play talk, you cannot move it again for 12 months. Now, Speaker, have been disallowing. Clerk, please, you advise him. Yes, you not him head blue because that was the advice you gave.
The vote was rescinded. So we go down. Honorable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded and that in the order for the proposed law to pass. It must also be supported by a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, please close the door. The question is that the proposed law without amendment be now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honorable members, the ayes 80, noes 4. Clerk.
I read the third reading. Third reading, a proposed law to amend the Constitution to declare Papua New Guinea as a Christian country and other related purposes.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of Parliament for two important legislations we've just passed. One of which is the vote of no confidence, which causes instability for the country. In investment, people are still waiting, giving excuses that they will not hesitate to invest. But this legislation that we've just passed gives confidence. Thank you for the members. Thank you for the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, ministers. Thank you for the support that you have given so that this legislation can save this country and cause stability for the country. Thank you. Secondly, I would like also to thank the members of Parliament and the Assistant Speaker to you are Christian. You made it, Parliament made it its business to establish Papua New Guinea as a Christian country. Christianity came to this country. That's why stability is established. It's now that Parliament has spoken that one of the important religions for this country is Christianity. May God bless Papua New Guinea. Thank you.
The Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those in against say no. The ayes have it.